Ages on in Rajasthan. Both camps are at loggerheads, trading barbs at each other. MLAs loyal to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot rebelled Sunday against the Congress High Command over the possibility of Sachin Pilot becoming the next Chief Minister once the veteran leader is elected as the party's national president. Gehlot's loyalists are accusing Pilot of launching a conspiracy to topple the Rajasthan government. All eyes are on Congress MLA Sachin Pilot, who has maintained a studied silence and has so far, as per sources, is in fact now awaiting the final judgment from Congress President Sonia Gandhi before deciding future course of action. AICC in Judge Ajay Makan said that Congress President Sonia Gandhi was briefed about the political developments in Rajasthan and she has sought a written report.
गहलोत जी जो बयान दे रहे थे उसमें तो कह रहे थे कि हाँ सब हो गया है, युवा चेहरे की जरूरत है, मैं हटने को तैयार हूं। अब न जाने मंदिर में जाके आपने दर्शन के अलावा वहां पे क्या खिचड़ी पकाई कि शाम आते आते गहलोत जी ने गुगली कर दी एकदम जबरदस्त।
नहीं राहुल जी, ये मैं आपको कह दूं, कसम खा के कह रहा हूं, मैं क्षत्रिय वंश का, कछावा वंश का राजपूत हूं। हम राम का वंशज हैं, हम लोग राम के वंशज मानते हैं अपने आप को। ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है, हमने एक शब्द वहाँ बात नहीं की। गहलोत साहब 3 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, हम लोग बच्चे हैं उनके सामने। पॉलिटिक्स में 50 साल लगते हैं जब एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है। गांधी खानदान के प्रति वो इतने वफादार हैं। वो खुद कल एमएलएज को लेकर उनका जो एक्शन था उसको नाराज़ थे, लेकिन एमएलएज ने उनको कहा कि धारीवाल जी से झगड़ा कर लिया। एमएलएज ने, मैं माकन साहब से मिलके 6 बजे होटल से निकला, जब वापस आया एयरपोर्ट से तो माकन साहब ने कहा आप धारीवाल जी को लेकर मेरे पास आ जाओ। मैं धारीवाल जी से मिलने गया। धारीवाल जी मेरे पिताजी से बड़े उम्र में, उन्होंने मेरे को कह दिया कि भैया मैं बात कर लेता हूँ। फ़ोन पे बात कर ली, एमएलए तैयार नहीं हुए। एमएलए ने कहा हमारा इस्तीफ़ा ले लो, लेकिन जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे उनको तो इनाम मिलेगा, और जो 102 विधायक सरकार बचा रहे थे उनको आप डराओगे। मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब 1 महीने तक जो लोग सरकार को गिराने में लगे हुए थे उनको तो आज तक नोटिस नहीं मिला। आज मुझे किसी ने कहा नोटिस मिलेगा, भैया हम नोटिस का सम्मान करेंगे, जवाब भी देंगे। कांग्रेस हमारा परिवार है। सोनिया गांधी को देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी मां के समान मानता है, और मां हमेशा न्याय करती है, ये ध्यान रखना आप।
The latest Congress crisis in Rajasthan has placed all chances of Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as Congress president up in flames. Now that Gehlot has fallen out of favor with the Gandhis, who is poised to be the next Congress chief? Here's more.
Blessings less than a week ago.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में डिसाइड किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक कमिटमेंट है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
But with a condition that took the shine off. And the blessings went up in smoke completely after this drama in Jaipur. According to top Congress source, the 71-year-old Rajasthan war horse has fallen out of the High Command's favor for the post of party president.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
As an overwhelming majority of MLAs loyal to Ashok Gehlot put the party leadership on notice in Delhi over the one-person, one-post rule and rejected any proposal to replace him with Sachin Pilot in the event of the veteran taking over as Congress president. The party leadership viewed the show of strength as an act of defiance. Tipped to be party president less than a week ago, the first non-Gandhi in almost a quarter century, the Rajasthan Chief Minister is no longer in contest for the October 17 election. Instead, it is a multi-cornered contest now in the offing, with these party leaders set to toss their hats into the ring. Rajya Sabha member and former Union Minister Mukul Vasnik, veteran Mallikarjuna Kharge, Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijaya Singh, and KC Venugopal, the organizational general secretary and Rajya Sabha member. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is already expecting support for his possible bid for the party presidency.
Look, the nomination form we submit ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണ കാണാൻ സാധിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങില്ല. എനിക്ക് പിന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ മുഴുവൻ മുക്കാലും സംസ്ഥാനത്തു നിന്ന് ഒരു പിന്തുണ കിട്ടുമ്പോഴേ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ അത്രത്തോളം ആൾക്കാരെ എന്നെ വിളിച്ച് അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ മത്സരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൽ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ട് പലവരും പിന്തുണ തരും. ചിലവർക്ക് ആ താല്പര്യമില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡസന്റ് മാറ്റർ. നമ്മളുടെ പാർട്ടിയുടെ അകത്തും ജനാധിപത്യത്തിൽ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് എപ്പോഴും ഒരു അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകും. ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അവകാശമില്ല. ചിലവരുടെ പിന്തുണ 100% ഉണ്ട്.
An election to the top post of India's Grand Old Party meets headwinds from chronic infighting from the word go. The big question, has the crisis diffused with new candidates or it's just the beginning of a fresh one? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, as the political drama continues to unfold in Rajasthan's Congress, opposition is not leaving any stone unturned in training guns at the Congress party. While BJP questions the Gandhi's credibility, Aam Aadmi Party too has jumped into the race to mock the Congress. Here's a detailed report.
The discordant notes in Rajasthan Congress are music to the BJP's ears. As the Grand Old Party botched up its planned change of guard, the BJP came out all guns blazing. It called the Congress a sinking ship and sought Ashok Gehlot's resignation as Chief Minister.
दो चार लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं।
The BJP, which failed to dislodge Gehlot in 2020, attacked the Congress. One opposition leader after another came out taking pot shots at the Rajasthan ruling party. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi, Gehlot and Sachin Pilot taken in 2018, urging the Wayanad MP to unite his party before attempting to unite the country. State BJP President Satish Punia claimed the revolt in Congress showed the trends for 2023 Assembly elections.
विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla took a jibe at Ajay Maken for saying Gehlot will be president.
बार बार राजस्थान की जनता के मुद्दों को पीछे करके कि किस प्रकार से राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार, बलात्कार, दंगा कम हो, इस पर कोई भी प्राथमिकता से कार्य नहीं किया गया है और बल्कि केवल सत्ता और सीट बचाने की कवायद लगातार राजस्थान देखता आ रहा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party too jumped into the arena.
जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको खरीद लिया, उस एमएलए को खरीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
Party MP Raghav Chadha took to Twitter claiming Arvind Kejriwal is the only option left now as the Congress is finished in the state. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who left for Japan on Monday evening, arrived this morning in Tokyo to attend former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral. Prime Minister Modi will be joining several global leaders to pay his tributes to Shinzo Abe at his state funeral in Tokyo on Tuesday. Shinzo Abe, Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister, was assassinated during an election campaign on July 8th. Calling him a great champion of India-Japan friendship, Prime Minister Modi said that he will be paying condolences to Prime Minister Kishida and Mrs. Abe on behalf of all Indians. On the backdrop of this event, Prime Minister Modi will also hold a bilateral meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Meanwhile, Japan remains on high alert ahead of former Prime Minister Abe's state funeral. He calls a spade and India's foreign policy is being appreciated globally. Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, called out the double speak of the Joe Biden administration in providing $450 million worth of spares and upgrades for Pakistan Air Force's F-16s. Dr. Jaishankar told the Americans, "You are fooling no one when you say the F-16s will be used to fight terror."
US decision to upgrade Pakistan Air Force F-16 fighter jets has been criticized by India once again. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made it clear India was not fooled by the US explanation that the aircraft were being upgraded to combat terror.
For someone to say, I'm doing this because it is for counter-terrorism, when you are talking of an aircraft like the capability of the F-16, everybody knows, where they are deployed and what is the use and what is their capability. So, you're not fooling anybody by saying this thing.
The Joe Biden administration has decided to reverse a block put on upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16s by former US President Donald Trump. The US assistance as part of foreign military sales, or FMS, is worth $450 million and involves upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16 fleet with advanced avionics and sensors, apart from additional hardware, software and spares. The US has been made aware of India's strong reservations.
Well, we heard several concerns, obviously, from the government about this. Let me just say very clearly, this is a safety and maintenance program. There is no new aircraft being considered, no new capabilities for the really old aircraft that are being maintained, and no new weapon systems. This is very much about a worldwide policy that the U.S. government has. Whenever we provide or sell defense equipment, we support that equipment through the life cycle of that particular system. So in this case, that means spare parts and maintenance. What we are proposing to provide, and it's a sale, it's not assistance, would be servicing of engines and wings of aircraft so that these airplanes can actually stay in the air safely. Some of these aircraft are over 40 years old. Without this sort of assistance, they would be a danger to the pilots and potentially to other people.
Though India is armed with the latest 4.5 generation Rafale fighter jets with its advanced Scalp and Meteor missiles, India was found wanting after the Balakot airstrike when PAF used F-16s as part of its Operation Swift Retort. Then Wing Commander, now Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman, flying a Russian-origin MiG-21, made history by shooting down a Pakistan Air Force F-16. India has told the US that the F-16s will not be used against terror, but against a US strategic partner, India. India has acquired 36 Rafale fighter jets and is also deploying S-400 systems, but Pakistan Air Force acquiring F-16 spares and upgrades is seen as a reward for Pakistan, despite Islamabad taking no action against terror either in Afghanistan or India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, anger over Ankita Bhandari's brutal murder. Mother claims wasn't allowed to see body.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Ankita Bhandari, who was murdered by former BJP leader's son in Uttarakhand, was cremated amid heavy protests. But her mother said that Ankita's body was hurriedly cremated and she never saw the body. Her father claims the bulldozer action has tampered with the evidence at the resort. Chief Minister Dhami has, however, said that no stone has been left unturned to get the accused the harshest punishment. Here's more.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests, and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
आप फांसी नहीं दे सकते ना तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने दीपक उनके घर के सामने अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है ताकि कोई दरिंदा फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके.
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनंतरा रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी उसमें कोई सबूत न सबूत रहा होगा.
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने. पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है. हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में है. ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों.
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें
फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
नहीं, हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस हमारे पास। सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी, उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे, वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ, झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में, गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया, तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है। ठीक है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहाँ पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एक साथ, 2, एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है।
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. Indian woman cricketer robbed in England. Tanya Bhatia says belongings have been stolen from hotel room. Cash, cards, watches and jewellery stolen. The player questions the ECB's tour arrangements. So that's the latest that's coming in from England at the moment. Indian woman cricketer has been robbed in England. Tanya Bhatia has claimed that her belongings have been stolen from her hotel room, which include cash, cards, watches and jewellery. She has questioned the ECB's tour arrangements. And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching. The Congress desert storm in Rajasthan refuses to die down. All eyes are now on the Congress's high command. The party's Rajasthan observers and troubleshooter Kamal Nath met Sonia Gandhi on Monday evening. Sources tell India Today that Ashok Gehlot may now be out of the Congress president race. India Today has exclusive inside scoop on the political drama unfolding in Rajasthan. Sources close to Ashok Gehlot in fact say that he is adamant on the state chief minister being chosen by the MLA. Sources say that while he is happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, he wants his MLAs to have the last word on the next Rajasthan chief minister. Meanwhile, Sachin Pilot, who is seen to be the main contender for the chief minister's post if Gehlot is elected as Congress president, is also expected to meet the party high command in Delhi. Gehlot's fight to be the Rajasthan chief minister seems to have been grounded for the second time though.
देखिए, इसमें तो कोई दोराया नहीं है कि राजस्थान में इन 4 सालों में मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है और पिछले 5 साल के टर्म में जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है, भूतो न भविष्यतो, आज से पहले कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं कर सका है। आज तक के कार्यकाल में 75 साल देश को आज़ाद हुए हो गए, तो इसमें तो कोई बात ही नहीं है।
राजस्थान की जनता की जो उम्मीद है वो उम्मीद अशोक गहलोत साहब के ऊपर है और इतना सूझा हुआ व्यक्ति कहीं मिलेगा नहीं, इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ उनको राजस्थान के मुखिया के रूप में रहना चाहिए और देश तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनना है तो देश तो उनको संभालना चाहिए।
Let's now listen in to Sachin Pilot's last interview before the Rajasthan crisis unfolded.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win, but that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger, we're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting. It may not be comfortable for some because some people, don't want to move out of the comfort zones. So we have to make sure that we change with positivity. But those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together. Frankly, I don't know personally, but yes, I know that in Rajasthan we have a government which is a Congress government. In the last 30 years, we've seen a flip every 5 years. So it's a BJP government, then a Congress government. It's time we break that tradition and have a repeat of the Congress government. History will repeat itself. If you don't do something different to reach out and to make sure we have a serious attempt at winning people's blessings again in next year, December. I was the president of the Congress party for 5 years when we were in opposition. Out of 200 seats, BJP had 163, we had 21. And 5 years we were in opposition, a very meager strength in the assembly, but every single day of those 5 years I was on the ground, dharna, padarshan, bhukh hartal, lathi charge, padyatras, rallies, what have you, and we kept the government on its toes, made it accountable inside the assembly and outside. So as a political party you have to do what job people expect you to do. That decision is with the party, and even the BJP or any other party, sometimes they announce depending on the circumstances, but usually the Congress party doesn't announce a phase that so-and-so will be chief minister, because it's a collective effort. And then whoever the legislative members of the party decide becomes the leader and the person becomes chief minister. This rivalry issue, it's also because we have strong leaders, right? The BJP, for example, all the diktat comes from outside the state, right? So it's not the state leaders have any role to play. They've been told what to do, and the selection happens very in ambiguous fashion. So I'm not at all that worried about who will get what position. It's the party has to win, but perhaps I think a better alignment of 2 generations is what we require to do moving forward, and then have a cohesive sort of a coming together of 2 forces, and that will be formidable. Why they attack leaders of the Congress party, it's an old obsession, it's nothing new. It's been happening for years together. It's not about one individual, it's about the opposition, the Congress party doing what the people expect it to do. If the BJP is obsessed with what Mr. Gandhi is doing or Sonia Gandhi is doing or what Priyanka Gandhi is doing, then that's their problem. These are leaders of the Congress party. They're leading from the front. I think they take on the BJP and the government of India head on. Are all decisions in the BJP consensual, unanimous? are not 2 or 3 people running the government, running the party. So these allegations, counter allegations don't hold much water. What's more important is, as a political party, are you rising to the occasion? Whether you're in government or opposition, you have a job to do. You'll win elections, you lose elections. But you don't stray from what your commitments are.
Now, the Gehlot versus Pilot fight camp, in fact, rages on in Rajasthan. Both camps are at loggerheads, trading barbs at each other. MLAs loyal to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot rebelled Sunday against the Congress High Command over the possibility of Sachin Pilot becoming the next Chief Minister once the veteran leader is elected as the party's national president. Gehlot's loyalists are accusing Pilot of launching a conspiracy to topple the Rajasthan government. All eyes are on Congress MLA Sachin Pilot, who has maintained a studied silence and has so far, as per sources, is in fact now awaiting the final judgment from Congress President Sonia Gandhi before deciding future course of action. AICC in charge Ajay Makan said that Congress President Sonia Gandhi was briefed about the political developments in Rajasthan and she has sought a written report.
गहलोत जी जो बयान दे रहे थे उसमें तो कह रहे थे कि हाँ सब हो गया है, युवा चेहरे की जरूरत है, मैं हटने को तैयार हूं। अब न जाने मंदिर में जाके आपने दर्शन के अलावा वहां पे क्या खिचड़ी पकाई कि शाम आते आते गहलोत जी ने गुगली कर दी एकदम जबरदस्त।
नहीं राहुल जी, ये मैं आपको कह दूं, कसम खा के कह रहा हूं, मैं क्षत्रिय वंश का, कछावा वंश का राजपूत हूं। हम राम का वंशज हैं, हम लोग राम के वंशज मानते हैं अपने आप को। ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है, हमने एक शब्द वहाँ बात नहीं की। गहलोत साहब 3 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, हम लोग बच्चे हैं उनके सामने। पॉलिटिक्स में 50 साल लगते हैं जब एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है। गांधी खानदान के प्रति वो इतने वफादार हैं। वो खुद कल एमएलएज को लेकर उनका जो एक्शन था उसको नाराज़ थे, लेकिन एमएलएज ने उनको कहा कि धारीवाल जी से झगड़ा कर लिया। एमएलएज ने, मैं माकन साहब से मिलकर 6 बजे होटल से निकला, जब वापस आया एयरपोर्ट से तो माकन साहब ने कहा आप धारीवाल जी को लेकर मेरे पास आ जाओ। मैं धारीवाल जी से मिलने गया, धारीवाल जी मेरे पिताजी से बड़े उम्र में, उन्होंने मेरे को कह दिया कि भैया मैं बात कर लेता हूँ। फ़ोन पे बात कर ली, एमएलएज तैयार नहीं हुए। एमएलएज ने कहा हमारा इस्तीफा ले लो, लेकिन जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे उनको तो इनाम मिलेगा, और जो 102 विधायक सरकार बचा रहे थे उनको आप डराओगे। मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब 1 महीने तक जो लोग सरकार को गिराने में लगे हुए थे उनको तो आज तक नोटिस नहीं मिला। आज मुझे किसी ने कहा नोटिस मिलेगा, भैया हम नोटिस का सम्मान करेंगे, जवाब भी देंगे। कांग्रेस हमारा परिवार है। सोनिया गांधी को देश का, कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी माँ के समान मानता है, और माँ हमेशा न्याय करती है, ये ध्यान रखना आप।
The latest Congress crisis in Rajasthan has placed all chances of Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as Congress president up in flames. Now that Gehlot has fallen out of favour with the Gandhis, who is poised to be the next Congress chief? Here's more.
Blessings less than a week ago.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में डिसाइड किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक कमिटमेंट है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
But with a condition that took the shine off. And the blessings went up in smoke completely after this drama in Jaipur. According to top Congress source, the 71-year-old Rajasthan warhorse has fallen out of the High Command's favor for the post of party president.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
As an overwhelming majority of MLAs loyal to Ashok Gehlot put the party leadership on notice in Delhi over the one-person, one-post rule and rejected any proposal to replace him with Sachin Pilot in the event of the veteran taking over as Congress president. The party leadership viewed the show of strength as an act of defiance. Tipped to be party president less than a week ago, the first non-Gandhi in almost a quarter century, the Rajasthan chief minister is no longer in contest for the October 17 election. Instead, it is a multi-cornered contest now in the offing, with these party leaders set to toss their hats into the ring. Rajya Sabha member and former Union Minister Mukul Vasnik, veteran Mallikarjuna Kharge, Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijaya Singh, and K.C. Venugopal, the organizational General Secretary and Rajya Sabha member. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is already expecting support for his possible bid for the party presidency.
Look, the nomination form we submit ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണ കാണാൻ സാധിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങില്ല. എനിക്ക് പിന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ മുഴുവൻ മുക്കാലും സംസ്ഥാനത്തു നിന്ന് ഒരു പിന്തുണ കിട്ടുമ്പോഴേ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ അത്രത്തോളം ആൾക്കാരെ എന്നെ വിളിച്ച് അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ മത്സരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൽ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ട് പലവരും പിന്തുണ തരും. ചിലവർക്ക് ആ താല്പര്യമില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡസന്റ് മാറ്റർ. നമ്മളുടെ പാർട്ടിയുടെ അകത്തും ജനാധിപത്യത്തിൽ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് എപ്പോഴും ഒരു അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകും. ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അവകാശമില്ല. ചിലവരുടെ പിന്തുണ 100% ഉണ്ട്.
An election to the top post of India's grand old party meets headwinds from chronic infighting from the word go. The big question, has the crisis diffused with new candidates or it's just the beginning of a fresh one? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, as the political drama continues to unfold in Rajasthan's Congress, opposition is not leaving any stone unturned in training guns at the Congress party. While BJP questions the Gandhi's credibility, Aam Aadmi Party too has jumped into the race to mock the Congress. Here's a detailed report.
The discordant notes in Rajasthan Congress are music to the BJP's ears. As the grand old party botched up its planned change of guard, the BJP came out all guns blazing. It called the Congress a sinking ship and sought Ashok Gehlot's resignation as Chief Minister.
दो चार लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं।
The BJP, which failed to dislodge Gehlot in 2020, attacked the Congress. One opposition leader after another came out taking pot shots at the Rajasthan ruling party. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi, Gehlot and Sachin Pilot taken in 2018, urging the Wayanad MP to unite his party before attempting to unite the country. State BJP President Satish Punia claimed the revolt in Congress showed the trends for 2023 Assembly elections.
विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla took a jibe at Ajay Maken for saying Gehlot will be president.
बार बार राजस्थान की जनता के मुद्दों को पीछे करके कि किस प्रकार से राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार, बलात्कार, दंगा कम हो, इस पर कोई भी प्राथमिकता से कार्य नहीं किया गया है और बल्कि केवल सत्ता और सीट बचाने की कवायद लगातार राजस्थान देखता आ रहा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party too jumped into the arena.
जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको खरीद लिया, उस एमएलए को खरीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
Party MP Raghav Chadha took to Twitter claiming Arvind Kejriwal is the only option left now as the Congress is finished in the state. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who left for Japan on Monday evening, arrived this morning in Tokyo to attend former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral. Prime Minister Modi will be joining several global leaders to pay his tributes to Shinzo Abe at his state funeral in Tokyo on Tuesday. Shinzo Abe, Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister, was assassinated during an election campaign on July 8th. Calling him a great champion of India-Japan friendship, Prime Minister Modi said that he will be paying condolences to Prime Minister Kishida and Mrs. Abe on behalf of all Indians. On the backdrop of this event, Prime Minister Modi will also hold a bilateral meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Meanwhile, Japan remains on high alert ahead of former Prime Minister Abe's state funeral. He calls a spade, and India's foreign policy is being appreciated globally. Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, called out the double speak of the Joe Biden administration in providing $450 million worth of spares and upgrades for Pakistan Air Force's F-16s. Dr. Jaishankar told the Americans, "You are fooling no one when you say the F-16s will be used to fight terror."
US decision to upgrade Pakistan Air Force F-16 fighter jets has been criticized by India once again. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made it clear India was not fooled by the US explanation that the aircraft were being upgraded to combat terror.
For someone to say, I'm doing this because it is for counter-terrorism, when you are talking of an aircraft like the capability of the F-16, everybody knows, where they are deployed and what is the use and what is their capability. So, you're not fooling anybody by saying this thing.
The Joe Biden administration has decided to reverse a block put on upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16s by former US President Donald Trump. The US assistance as part of foreign military sales, or FMS, is worth $450 million and involves upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16 fleet with advanced avionics and sensors, apart from additional hardware, software and spares. The US has been made aware of India's strong reservations.
Well, we heard several concerns, obviously, from the government about this. Let me just say very clearly, this is a safety and maintenance program. There is no new aircraft being considered, no new capabilities for the really old aircraft that are being maintained, and no new weapon systems. This is very much about a worldwide policy that the U.S. government has. Whenever we provide or sell defense equipment, we support that equipment through the life cycle of that particular system. So in this case, that means spare parts and maintenance. What we are proposing to provide, and it's a sale, it's not assistance, would be servicing of engines and wings of aircraft so that these airplanes can actually stay in the air safely. Some of these aircraft are over 40 years old. Without this sort of assistance, they would be a danger to the pilots and potentially to other people.
Though India is armed with the latest 4.5 generation Rafale fighter jets with its advanced Scalp and Meteor missiles, India was found wanting after the Balakot airstrike when PAF used F-16s as part of its Operation Swift Retort. Then Wing Commander, now Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman, flying a Russian-origin MiG-21, made history by shooting down a Pakistan Air Force F-16. India has told the US that the F-16s will not be used against terror, but against a US strategic partner, India. India has acquired 36 Rafale fighter jets and is also deploying S-400 systems, but Pakistan Air Force acquiring F-16 spares and upgrades is seen as a reward for Pakistan, despite Islamabad taking no action against terror either in Afghanistan or India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, anger over Ankita Bhandari's brutal murder. Mother claims wasn't allowed to see body.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Ankita Bhandari, who was murdered by former BJP leader's son in Uttarakhand, was cremated amid heavy protests. But her mother said that Ankita's body was hurriedly cremated and she never saw the body. Her father claims the bulldozer action has tampered with the evidence at the resort. Chief Minister Dhami has, however, said that no stone has been left unturned to get the accused the harshest punishment. Here's more.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
आप फांसी नहीं दे सकते ना, तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने, दीपक उनके घर के सामने। अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी, माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है, ताकि कोई नरेंद्र फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके।
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनंतरा रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया, क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी वो उसमें कोई सबूत न सबूत रहा होगा।
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने। पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है। हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में है और ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं, जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों चला।
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस हैं हमारे पास। सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी, उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे, वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ, झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में, गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया, तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है, ठीक है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहाँ पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एक साथ 2, एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है।
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Ankita Bhandari, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Melting down almost of the grand old party. There's been no change in party leadership.
Congress leaders were certain that the BJP
is the one who made the family firm.
24 Akbar Road, the heart of Delhi's VVIP zone. This is the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Once a throbbing power center of the nation,
you would have jolly well done something up till now in the past 5 years.
Now the pokey corridors wear an eerie look.
I think the only constant in life is change. And an organization or a political party has to keep changing itself to adapt to the new realities.
There isn't a fundamental ideological dilution. I think what has really happened is that you've made adjustments according to how situations have evolved.
Ours is a very is a party with a very rich dictionary of wisdom. We take time in adjusting. We take time in understanding.
Elections are won and lost, but the work of a nation never ends. With all my strength, I shall continue to serve the people of India.
But before we venture into the anatomy of the crisis writ large on these lonely walls, let's paint you a picture in the language that politicians speak. Since 2014, when the Narendra Modi-led NDA tsunami hit them, the Congress has been in steady freefall, losing 39 out of the 49 state elections held. Close to 200 MPs and MLAs have left the party, almost all of them unceremoniously. Defeated in state after state, the Congress is in full-fledged power in only 2 states. That's Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The picture in Parliament is worse in many ways. The Congress managed just 52 Lok Sabha seats in 2019. Mind you, this was the exact same party that dominated the House with 206 seats when the UPA 2 came to power. This was back in 2009.
Namaskar. Should I start?
Congress party has done pretty badly. There's a lot for us to think about. And as Vice President of the party, I hold myself responsible for what has happened. Thank you.
The Congress party is certainly in a state of crisis, yes. Cumulatively, we have won less than 100 seats nationwide in the last 2 general elections. So there is definitely an electoral crisis. So we really need to reinvent ourselves. We really need to reposition ourselves.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win. But that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger, we're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting.
You look at the Congress party office, the 24 Akbar Road, it has a one barrack 12 by 8 room nameplate outside saying that the Congress Central Election Authority, we want to sit and deliberate upon, that room is not sufficient. There is no mechanism to, fight elections.
Anybody within the Congress party who is under this false notion that this is just a temporary aberration or a setback from which the Congress party can just automatically recover, they are living in a fool's paradise. This is an existential crisis.
In early 2022, the Congress scored its latest epic string of losses, failing to win in all 5 states that went to polls.
Of course, like I said earlier, I think it's important for the Congress to win state elections, because unless we capture those states and get people's mandate there, we won't be able to dislodge the NDA government in 2024. Of course, we've lost a few elections in UP, in other Bengal, other states, but that's been a problem for last 25 years. It's nothing new that has come up.
So I think you've got to accept some realities, and some harsh realities on the ground are that we have not been in power in Uttar Pradesh for almost over 35 years now. You're right, we put a lot into this campaign. I think we took a leap of faith in electoral politics and put women in mainstream. Yes, we did lose out, but I don't think it has dissuaded us. I think it has only made our resolve deeper.
भागने का क्या सवाल है? We are here to fight. We are not fighting for winning an election here or an election there. We've won many more elections than the BJP can ever dream of. So forget elections.
See, the fundamental difference between us and the BJP's election machinery is that the BJP has got social organizations outside the political firmament which seem to have mass contact with people constantly. For example, they have the RSS, they have the ABVP, they have the Bajrang Dal, whereas the Congress party doesn't have social organizations which have mass contact outside the election campaign. So it's not enough only to have mass contact or outreach during elections and expect results.
Alarmingly for the party, this included the state of Punjab, where they were expected to comfortably win before a bungled change of guard.
Nothing symbolizes the disastrous nature of Congress's election management than what happened in Punjab. What kind of logic did you have in place when you decided to replace Captain Amrinder Singh? Who do you replace him with? A relative non-entity like Charanjit Singh Channi, who, as we speak, is today in Canada, not even wanting to return after his defeat from 2 seats. And your other choice in Navjot Singh Sidhu is in jail, serving a prison sentence.
The Congress is in a state of denial. And there is a saying in Hindi कि हमारे बाप दादा ने घी खाया था, हमारी हथेली सूंघ लो. There is too much of past reliances there.
With no end to the political blood loss and the numbers becoming more daunting with each passing day, the interim president, Sonia Gandhi, had no choice but to hit the alarm button.
Chetak Express has arrived here. You can see behind me.
The who's who of the party flocked to a luxury resort for emergency contemplation.
3 दिन की चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी। कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
कई अहम फैसले होंगे, क्योंकि अब वक्त आ गया कि हम इंतजार नहीं कर सकते।
आउटकम तो भी आना है। चिंतन शिविर होना यही एक अहम बात अपने आप।
नई उमंग, एक नया जोश, एक नई दृष्टि।
This is Mosmi Singh in Udaipur for India Today.
Perhaps there was a belief in the party high command that if there is a post-mortem, Rahul Gandhi's role or Priyanka Gandhi Wadra's role in UP would be analysed critically, and there would be a lot of knives that will be out for the Gandhi leadership. And that's one reason that just very shortly before the Chintan Shivir, this Nav Sankalp Shivir was recoined by the Congress strategists who were close to the Rahul Gandhi camp.
राहुल जी कई बड़े फैसले लिए गए, क्या कहेंगे? नमस्कार राहुल जी
What was supposed to be an introspection conclave turned into a brainstorming session for the next national election in 2024.
हमारे संगठन के सामने परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न हुई है, वे अभूतपूर्व है। असाधारण परिस्थितियों का मुकाबला असाधारण तरीके से ही किया जा सकता है।
Sonia Gandhi's call was loud and clear to the party. It was time to hit the reset button and provide a clear new direction for the Congress on how to pick up the pieces, how to stand up and fight back for its space.
Such brainstormings should not be once in a 5-year event or once in a 5 or 10-year event. They should be held biannually, because political parties or organizations which do not think together are really not able to wrap their head around the challenges which confront them.
Make sure that we change with positivity, but those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together.
So yes, you have to wake up, you have to smell the coffee, you've got to get together, re-strategize, get back to the drawing board, and I think that is what happened in Udaipur. I had a seat at the table where I could voice my opinion on issues about economy or politics, and I think which other party does that?
What followed was restructuring, at least in terms of the party's communication. On the back of rising inflation, of price rise and of soaring unemployment, the Congress party decided to take the concerns of common citizens to the streets. That Friday, a statement was silently being made.
See any threat to Congress from the BJP in the near future?
Communalism is the real enemy here. The BJP is one part of increasing communalism.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? जो समाज को बांटा जा रहा है, उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं।
Well, every opposition party has to be aggressive. I mean, after all, when you are in the opposition, what is your role? Your role is to really articulate the concerns of the people which you think that the government of the day or the dispensation or the administration which is in office is ignoring.
Because this government was voted in with I think some amount of faith that they're going to do some things. What they have instead done is colossal jumlas, and so people are angry. So when we talk, I think we reflect the people of this country.
And
it took them a whole day to come up with this narrative, to say that this is because of it coincides with the Bhumi Puja of the Ram temple.
कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है, मगर आज 5 अगस्त है। आज ही के दिन करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था का केंद्र जो राम जन्मभूमि है, वहां पर इस देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूमि पूजन किया था।
And that's what the BJP is also doing. They're saying this is just optics. But I don't think that's true, because there's been a sustained campaign against price rise, inflation, unemployment are 3 issues that we've been talking about for past few years.
If we are talking about price rise, if we are talking about GST, it's out of curriculum for them.
The ruling dispensation always counters that with a very vociferous narrative, divisive talks. They try to divert the attention.
They have their own self-limiting politics. They can only think in terms of polarization. They can only think in divisive politics.
While all Congress leaders descended onto the streets of the national capital, two leaders spearheaded the charge and were at the epicenter of the dharna: Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka.
धरने पे बैठ गए हैं आके बैरिकेड क्रॉस करने के एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें देखिए राहुल गांधी बैठे हुए हैं बिल्कुल फ्रंट से लीड कर रहे हैं इस वक्त कुछ भी चीज हासिल करनी होती है टीम वर्क से होता है तो प्रियंका को राजनीति में कब ला रहे हैं अब वो आप उनसे पूछिए मगर ये आप जो कह रहे हैं किसका श्रेय है ये एक व्यक्ति का नहीं है
That gave the BJP enough ammunition to pounce on the party and further amplify the charge.
The Congress is not a party, it's a private limited company. It's a family firm. It's a family-run enterprise.
Whenever you talk about the Congress party, so it's not so much of your angst against the Congress party, it's Rahul Gandhi that you have a problem with.
Definitely. Rahul Gandhi humiliated me like anything. Gogoi humiliated like me anything. So in a personal note, this is a sweet victory.
The problem is with the way a family is running a historical moment. It is all about the way that a family has captured the organization. You talk about Gandhi family, nobody talks Mahatma Gandhi, Tushar Gandhi, Rajmohan Gandhi. They talk about Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi.
What is the obsession for the ruling party with the Gandhi Parivar?
Well, that's a question which you should ask the BJP. I think it's in a part of our DNA to have that obsession with the individual. And I don't think that really does any service if you are looking at the well-being of 140 crore people.
How can that be? This is a bigger political question because this is not confined to Congress. In Indian political system, there are many states where a party is actually captured or ruled by a family and most of the decisions are taken in dining table.
And that brings us to the question that everyone seems to ask. Why can't the Congress look beyond the Gandhis?
Consensus is more than a buzzword for the Congress. Very often it has meant its very survival because the party is split prone. In 1978, there was another split when Mrs. Gandhi formed the Congress I.
Welcome to News Track. In our lead story, Sonia Gandhi. Will she live up to their expectations?
As the party started losing its hold without a charismatic leader, Sonia was seen as a potential savior. Though Sonia's political acumen has never been put to the test, congressmen see her as the inheritor of the Nehru legacy.
One criticism that has always been made against Indira Gandhi, it's made against you, it's been made against the Gandhi family, is promoting dynasty.
In politics, you are elected and you are defeated democratically.
और उनके कुछ सिद्धांत थे जिनके साथ उन्होंने कभी समझौता नहीं किया.
It is with the utmost humility that I will always be walking in the shadow of giants.
So much more is expected of us because we have a certain surname, because we belong to a certain family. मैं इंदिरा जी की बहू हूँ और किसी से नहीं डरती.
Why can't they look beyond Rahul Gandhi, who wields power with no position, zero accountability, despite leading his party to two shattering, humiliating defeats?
See, Rahul Gandhi is himself to be believed. He's a very unconventional politician. Everyone knows in 2017, Rahul Gandhi had actually fought, he had put up a very good fight in Gujarat. But this time around, what is Rahul Gandhi doing? Instead of fighting assembly elections in Gujarat and in Himachal, he is going for a yatra, a political yatra. Now, how do you quantify the success of a yatra?
Frankly, if I was Rahul Gandhi, I would say, you want me to apologize for a world statesman like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru? And you know,
News
Just coming in right now, fresh NIA raids on the Popular Front of India across 8 states. A massive PFI crackdown in Karnataka. PFI leaders have been arrested across the state of Karnataka. PFI leaders have been arrested from at least 7 Karnataka districts as we speak. Sources tell India Today 45 PFI members have been detained in the state of Karnataka so far. These raids are happening across 8 states at the moment, but in Karnataka itself, the crackdown is massive as we speak. It is across at least 7 Karnataka districts and 45 PFI members have been detained in Karnataka so far. My colleague Sagai Raj is now joining me live from the state of Karnataka. Sagai, give us more details about these raids that are happening against the Popular Front of India in Karnataka.
What we get to learn is the several districts have been raided by the police. What we get to learn is the police have got a few leads in this particular raids which has happened on the other day. On that particular leads, they have arrested a few PFI members on preventive custody. And what we get to learn from the top cop of Bengaluru is that this is have no relationship with NIA raids which has happened earlier. This based on the few previous records, the police records which have clearly mentioned a few cases against all these PFI and SDPI members. On the same records, they have been detained, and all these people will be taken on a record, and they will be signing a bond papers about any kind of untoward incidents going forward. And they have to take care of law and order issue, and that is the reason all these people have been arrested on a preventive custody.
Okay, so that is the reason they've been taken into custody right now. Also, give us more details about the districts, Sagai, where these raids are being conducted by the NIA. Since when did they begin, of course, their searches this morning?
These are police raids which are happening early in the morning. It has started in the wee hours, say around 2 to 3 a.m. And they have detained all these workers early in the morning, and they have been taken under preventive custody. And starting from Bidar to Chamarajanagar, almost all the districts of Karnataka are under surveillance by Karnataka police, and they are detaining on their own information and leads, which they have got earlier last week.
Okay. Also, what are the accusations, Sagai, against these PFI activists or members who've been picked up by the local police, of course, in coordination with the agencies, including the NIA?
Now, so far, the police have not revealed about the accusation. They have said that it is just a preventive custody because they have the information and leads connecting with all these people, the members of SDPI and PFI. On that basis, all these people have been picked up.
Okay. Also, as far as this seemingly is round 2, as far as these raids are concerned across the country against the Popular Front of India, Sagai. Earlier, Karnataka also had seen some arrests that were made. Are these connected?
So far, the police have not revealed whether it is connected with NIA raids. What we get to learn from the top cop is they have their own information on PFI and SDPI. Remember, when there was NIA raids which had happened last week, there were protests in many parts of Karnataka against NIA. People came out on the street and protested against NIA in Bangalore, in Bengaluru and other parts. And following that, the police had their own investigation report. On the basis of that particular report, now they have conducted a mass arrest of PFI and SDPI members under preventive custody. So accordingly, they have been picked up by the police.
Okay, so it appears now, Sagai, what we're learning from sources within the central agency, the NIA itself, which of course is behind this massive crackdown on the Popular Front of India, that after the arrests that were made in round 1 of these raids and the questioning and interrogation of the arrested members of the PFI, the leads that the NIA got on the basis of that, in fact, the NIA is going ahead and making these raids across the country as well. You're telling us about the details from Karnataka. At the moment, are there likely to be more arrests and detentions that are going to be made as far as these raids are concerned, these ongoing raids in Karnataka are concerned?
The possibilities are there to make more arrests in the days to come or in the hours to come because the police are investigating further. and almost all top leaders, say whether it is district president or district general secretary or secretaries of SDP and PFI, almost all of them are being detained on preventive custody. And they are being also produced in front of Tehsildar and local district or magistrate and every other possible officers. And probably as the day continues, we might be anticipating more information on these kind of preventive arrests.
Right. Also, Sagar, give us a sense of the Popular Front of India's network in Karnataka, because you've been reporting from the state for a while. There have been several incidents and instances in the past where the PFI's role has come under the scanner, especially incidents of violence in the coastal belt of Karnataka as well. So give us a sense, give the viewer a sense of the PFI's presence and network in Karnataka.
See, if you notice, the Karnataka government, which is arguing the case of hijab in Delhi in Supreme Court, had also revealed that the role of PFI, where one of the lawyers who is representing Karnataka has said that we have the evidence to prove that PFI was behind that particular hijab protest, which has rocked the entire state. And apart from that, we have seen several murder cases, especially the murders of Hindu activists in coastal region of Karnataka. And following that, there were several arrests which was being made. And even in those arrests, it is clearly shown that a few SDPI and PFI members had involved in that particular murder. And this has become a continuous phenomena in the state of Karnataka. And even we have seen in the violence which was been reported in Shimoga district, and there were also suspects of IS's role as well as other PFI members. So the police are investigating, and there are many revelations which has been made by the police of involvement of SDPI and PFI members, and they are quite active in the border district which is just adjoined with Kerala. And there are many people who come from Kasaragod and other districts to Mangalore and coastal region of Karnataka. And as of now, the PFI and the SDPI are quite active in the state of Karnataka. And this particular raids, NIA believe that it might curtail a more untoward incidents in the days to come.
Right. Also, in the first round of raids that were conducted by the National Investigation Agency, Saga, as far as the Popular Front of India was concerned, we saw that the maximum arrests were made from the states of Kerala, from Karnataka, from Maharashtra. Karnataka and Maharashtra are being raided today as well. PFI networks are being raided across these states as well. That just goes to show the network of the PFI, which is quite extensive in these states.
Absolutely. The membership drive was major successful for PFI, especially in the coastal region of Karnataka, where they were holding several rallies and huge rallies. Even at that point of time, there were many controversies which has come to light when they had abused the police inspector, when they targeted Karnataka government as well as the central government. And PFI and controversy is not something new for the state. And we have seen in the past, and they are quite active in the state of Karnataka. And there were several requests which was being made by the BJP leaders to ban them. And even the Congress in the state of Karnataka had said that SDPI, PFI and BJP are hand in glove. And they have also demanded a ban on this. Remember when the hijab protest took place in the state of Karnataka, even the Congress had faced a lot of backlash when they didn't back many of the Muslim communities in the state, where even they have openly said that it is the handwork of PFI and the SDPI behind this hijab protest. And they have also requested senior Muslim clerics to go ahead and inform the people and create an awareness amongst the people about the malicious intention of PFI and SDPI. And later on, the SDPI and PFI went on to say that they had no role and they were trying to prevent the rights of their community. So these are the things which has been reported in the state of Karnataka, and especially ahead of 2023 election, it is going to be even more crucial.
Okay. Also, has the PFI reacted since the first round of raids by the NIA? We saw that members of the PFI took to the streets in Kerala and brought the state virtually in several districts of the state, including the capital, Thiruvananthapuram, to a complete standstill on the day after the arrests were made. In Karnataka, what has been their reaction?
See, in Karnataka, all top leaders were arrested by NIA. There were very few workers who did not have much support. They weren't seen on the streets. In fact, they had also called for a protest march on Sunday morning in Freedom Park, and subsequently they didn't get permission and it was being called off by SDPI. So far, we haven't seen that kind of a protest like in the magnitude of what we have seen in Kerala, where people were on the streets of Kerala and in the district headquarters of many districts in the state of Kerala. Here in Karnataka, after the arrest, it was being quite peaceful because many of them were taken under custody, and there were very few workers who were also quite apprehensive to come out on the street and protest.
Right, and like you have been, of course, pointing out, Sagai, that these are preventive detentions, so to say, that have been made by the local police as they go around conducting these raids across the state. And this is because most of these individuals have been picked up today, at least 45 of those arrests that have been made. They were trying to prevent the NIA from conducting their raids on the day that they did against the Popular Front of India.
Yes, we have seen these people coming on the street and protesting when that particular raid which had happened last week by NIA. And there were slogans against the central government, there were slogans against NIA and as well as in Karnataka against the BJP government as well, where they didn't have proper knowledge about this particular raid, where they had questioned NIA to give a notice much before a raid has happened. But that's not how the NIA function. It is a sudden raid which has happened, and the Popular Front of India workers were having very less knowledge about this, and they were on the street and protesting against these kind of raids in the state of Karnataka. Now, police have come out and conducting raids across the state against these workers on what we get to learn from Mangalore and Udupi and other places is that these are preventive arrests which has been made by the police.
Okay, and they are going to, of course, seek a judicial custody, is what you're learning?
There are possibilities, or else they might take their signature in a bond where they ask them to give some kind of assurance or promise to be made that they will maintain law and order, they will not get into any kind of untoward incident. As I told you earlier, the police, the top cop of Karnataka have told us that this particular raid was based on the information and the investigative report that the police have in their respective jurisdiction. And subsequently, these arrests were made on that. And they had also had connection when these people were protested. So this is an it is a separate raid of Karnataka police against PFI. So far, the police have not claimed that these have any kind of connection with NIA raids.
Okay, so that is an important distinction that you're making over there, Sagai, reporting that the preventive detentions that have been made today across the state of Karnataka, at least 7 districts of Karnataka, that is something that the state police has done, not evidently connected, so to say, with the NIA action, but these are individuals who were trying to prevent the NIA personnel from going about doing their job when the NIA was conducting its nationwide search and raids across the country against the Popular Front of India. Those pictures, of course, coming in from Bidar in Karnataka, from Chamarajanagar in Karnataka, as well as Sagai was informing us. And in fact, those pictures of the raids that have been conducted early this morning. They started earlier this morning itself, and already at least 45 persons have been taken into preventive detention by the local police. We're trying to get more details about these detentions and what are the charges against these specific individuals. But what we've learned in Karnataka itself, remember that these raids are being conducted across 8 states at the moment. In Karnataka, 45 PFI members have been picked up under preventive custody and they'll be produced in front of the local Tehsildar and judicial custody will be sought. News coming in right now. Prime Minister Modi meets his Japanese counterpart in Tokyo. Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo to attend Shinzo Abe's state funeral. Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo to pay tribute to Shinzo Abe's family. He is currently in a meeting with his Japanese counterpart, Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, left for Japan last evening. He arrived in Tokyo early this morning. He is in Tokyo, in fact, to pay tribute to former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was assassinated during an election campaign on July 8th. Today is his state funeral. Global leaders will be present in Japan to pay their tributes to the Japanese government led by Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and to Shinzo Abe's bereaved family as well. Nupur Tiwari is now joining me live from Tokyo. Nupur, good morning to you. We are getting those pictures that are coming in right now from Tokyo of Prime Minister Modi engaged in a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Give us more details about what is expected out of this bilateral which is happening on the sidelines of Prime Minister Modi being in Tokyo to pay his tributes to the Abe family.
Actually, this meeting is very important for both the countries because, the Abe-san's the vision to make strong India and strong Japan. That was the vision of Abe-san to make the better world. And that vision definitely Modi-ji is carrying that, and it is with him. So with Kishida-san, this meeting is very important to take it further, to take it to different level, how, they can progress. Definitely Quad is there. That is also another dream of Abe-san, and that is happening, and in a big scale these days. But now the Abe-sans had a lot of dreams between for India and Japan. So how they can progress more. So if we think about like the last meeting when the Modi-san came to Japan in May, and that time also he met Abe-san here, and they had really long meeting then what to do. Though Abe-san was not prime minister, Kishida-san was prime minister, but Abe-san had the vision, and which actually was taken care by Kishida-san. So now this meeting is kind of, Kishida-san was guided by Abe-san. Now he's kind of feeling a bit lonely. I'm sure that that void is there. But the Modi-ji's visit here will give him boost.
Okay, so this is about taking the vision of Shinzo Abe forward, especially because he had been one of the pioneer visionaries as far as the Quad is concerned as well. Prime Minister Modi, of course, last visited Tokyo for that Quad summit itself, that very important Quad summit that took place in Tokyo. At that time, of course, on the sidelines of the Quad, he did have a one-on-one meeting with Shinzo Abe as well. How important is the Quad for Japan in terms of taking this forward? Like you did say that it was one of the visions that, in fact, Shinzo Abe had for the 4 countries that are part of the Quad.
Yeah, it was not a vision of today. It was not a vision of from last 1 year or 2 years. Like he started, I think, 2009. That vision he had, and now these days we can see it is the getting implemented between 4 countries, and they get together. And in May also the Quad summit happened here, and 4 countries prime minister, president, they came here, and this is very important. Quad is very important for Japan, as you know that China is very close to Japan, and there is the threat from China, and after even these days, as you know, even the defense, Japan started developing a different kind of ideas, different kind of they're strengthening their defense also, and when it comes to security, definitely Japan always that is the reason he was the visionary pioneer of Abe was the visionary pioneer of Quad, because Japanese security is on threat. So China is everywhere, and it is getting the threat is North Korea, China, everything is there. So here the Quad is very important for Japan, and as well as India as well, India as well. So right. This meeting, the meeting today is happening. It's very important for both countries, India and Japan.
Okay. Nupur Tiwari, thank you so much for joining us live from Tokyo. Nupur, they're bringing us all the details and the sense of these meetings that are taking place, of course, in Tokyo at the moment. Prime Minister there to pay his tribute to the Shinzo Abe family. We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side of this break, the coverage of the PFI raids that are being conducted by the National Investigation Agency will continue.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
An extreme heat belt is going to impact over 100 million people. The research was conducted by First Street Foundation, and it says that by 2053, an extreme heat belt will impact people across the US. This will cover regions stretching from Texas, Louisiana to Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. Heat index or apparent temperature is what the outside temperature feels like to the human body when relative humidity is combined with air temperature. A key finding from the study was that heat exceeding the threshold of the National Weather Service's highest category called extreme danger or above 125 degrees Fahrenheit was expected to impact 8.1 million people in 2023 and grow to 107 million people in 2053. The biggest predicted shift is in the local temperature of Miami-Dade County in Florida. This county currently sees 7 days per year as its hottest temperature of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. By 2053, this number is expected to increase to 34 days. The study predicts that temperature spikes are a result of using air conditioners. The study warns that this will lead to more frequent and longer-lasting high temperatures. The study used satellite-derived land surface temperatures and
Prime Minister Modi meets his Japanese counterpart in Tokyo. Prime Minister will be attending.
भारत एक प्रकार से आवेशान को मिस कर रही है, लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके नेतृत्व में भारत जापान संबंध और अधिक गहरे होंगे और अधिक ऊंचाइयों को पार करेंगे और हम विश्व में समस्याओं के समाधान में एक उचित भूमिका निभाने के लिए समर्थ बनेंगे, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है।
तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी
That was, of course, Prime Minister Modi, in fact, speaking as he holds that bilateral meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Says, in fact, Prime Minister Modi, that India misses Shinzo Abe a lot, but in fact hopes that Indo-Japan relations can be taken to the next level as was envisioned by Shinzo Abe, and that can be taken forward, of course, in collaboration with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. India, of course, pays a lot of significance to its relations with Japan. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, early this morning arrived in Tokyo to attend the state funeral of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
और जापान आने के बाद मैं अपने आप को ज़्यादा शोकातुर अनुभव कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि पिछली बार जब मैं आया तब अबे शान से बहुत लंबी बातें हुई थी और कभी सोचा ही नहीं था कि जाने के बाद ऐसी खबर सुनने का नौबत आएगी। अबे शान और उनके साथ आपने विदेश मंत्री के रूप में भी भारत और जापान के संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई पर भी ले गए और बहुत क्षेत्रों में उसका विस्तार भी किया, और हमारी दोस्ती ने एक वैश्विक प्रभाव पैदा करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई, भारत और जापान की दोस्ती ने। और इन सब के लिए आज भारत की जनता अबे शान को बहुत याद करती है, जापान को बहुत याद करती है। भारत एक प्रकार से अबे शान को मिस कर रही है, लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके नेतृत्व में भारत जापान संबंध और अधिक गहरे होंगे और अधिक ऊंचाइयों को पार करेंगे, और हम विश्व में समस्याओं के समाधान में एक उचित भूमिका निभाने के लिए समर्थ बनेंगे, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है।
News coming in right now. Fresh raids on the Popular Front of India across 8 states. A massive PFI crackdown in Karnataka. PFI leaders have been arrested across the state of Karnataka. They've been arrested from at least 7 districts of the state of Karnataka. Sources have told India Today that 45 PFI members have been detained in Karnataka so far. Those raids are still continuing as we speak, not just across Karnataka, but across 7 other states as well. My colleague Sagai Raj is joining me live this morning. Sagai, give us more details as to what is the latest update about the raids that are being conducted across the state of Karnataka against the Popular Front of India.
These are a preventive custody operation by Karnataka police, where they are detaining all SDPI and PFI members across the state of Karnataka, whether from Bidar to Chamarajanagar, Mysore, Udupi, Mangalore, Kola, Shimoga. Almost all the district PFI and SDPI leaders are being arrested. Remember, they were already arrested, which was made by NIA earlier last week when they had raided all these places. And following that, today again, this is a police operation which has been conducted with the previous track records of all these PFI members. The top cop of Karnataka have told India Today that these are preventive arrests and they will be produced in front of a local magistrate officer or a tehsildar or a local judge in all these districts, and they will be taken in a bond about to take care of law and order issues, and they should not get into any kind of untoward mischief. And probably after that they will be warned and let go. So we need to wait and watch. So far there are close to 60 people who have been arrested by the police. As we speak, there might be more arrests which might happen as the day progresses. As of now, it is an operation by police which is cracking on PFI and SDPI workers across the state. And this comes after days after NIA had conducted raids in many parts of Karnataka.
Okay, so that is an important update, in fact, Sagai, that you're bringing us right now. You're saying that at least 60 persons have so far been arrested as far as these raids are concerned. So this is the raid, Sagai, that you're telling us is being conducted by the Karnataka police. The preventive detentions that they've made so far is being done by the Karnataka police. The NIA is not involved at the moment?
This is what we get to learn from the top of Karnataka, who said that this is a separate raid which has been done by Karnataka police, and there is no instructions from NIA. And these based on the records of police, the previous records, and the rowdy list sheet of all these people, or previous crimes done by all these people. On that basis, these people have been picked up and they will be produced in front of a local judge or a tehsildar. And following that, they will be also taking the signature on a bond where it will be written about take care of law and order situation, and they will not lead to any kind of untoward incident, or they will not lead any kind of protest which will cause harmony of the state and the city. So following that, these are the actions which have been taken by Karnataka police, and these are on the basis of their previous records.
Okay, so this is on the basis of their previous records that in fact they are being taken into preventive custody by the police in relation possibly to the raids that were earlier conducted by the NIA, but at the moment it's the Karnataka police that is acting on the ground. Are there likely to be further arrests as well, and are these raids still underway as we speak, Sagai?
Yes, the raids are still underway. As of now, close to 60 people have been arrested, and there are possibilities of more people getting arrested as the...
Okay, so there are possibilities of more people being arrested as we speak. Sagai, of course, they're reporting that at least 60 persons have been, in fact, taken into preventive custody. Those images, of course, coming in from Kollar, from Bidar, from Chamarajnagar, from Bengaluru as well, where these searches and raids are being conducted by the Karnataka police at the moment, possibly in relation to the raids that were conducted earlier against the Popular Front of India by the National Investigation Agency. This is a massive crackdown, Sagai, that we're speaking about, because the PFI network in the state of Karnataka is extremely extensive, and it has been known to be one of those networks that has been very active. What can you tell us about the PFI network at the moment, given the crackdown earlier by the NIA and the preventive detentions that have been made by the Karnataka police today? This virtually is breaking the network down completely.
Absolutely, and if you notice, when there was an argument which was happening about hijab in the Supreme Court, the Karnataka lawyer who was representing the state had highlighted the role of Popular Front of India. That's when the judges had requested the lawyer to produce the documents and evidence to prove the PFI role. Remember, the hijab was an infamous incident which has made international headlines across the world. And this particular protest allegedly provoked by Popular Front of India, according to the lawyers of Karnataka who were arguing the case. So you can understand the magnitude and the kind of membership drive done by Popular Front of India with their proxy agencies or proxy organizations like Campus Front of India, which also have a student wing. And these organizations on a membership drive, and they are expanding their organization across the state. And probably this particular raid of police with the previous information about probably on the hijab role or whether any other role. Remember, there were several murders which was being reported in the coastal region of Karnataka. When police had found out the accused involved in that murder cases, there were many people who had affiliation with Popular Front of India. It was made public by the police at that point of time. So the Popular Front of India or their association with the other organization have seen these kind of crimes in many parts, especially in the coastal region of Karnataka, the district which is attached with Kerala, are seeing these kind of cases. And probably this particular raid will also send across a message to all these organizations to maintain law and order situation, because as I told you earlier, these people were detained on preventive custody. They will be produced in front of the local judge, where they have their own track records with the police. They will be producing that, and they will be given an assurance by these people that they will not get into any kind of untoward incident or any illegal activities in their respective jurisdictions.
Okay. Sagai, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. My colleague Sagai Raj over there reporting on all the little details of those raids that are being conducted against the Popular Front of India this morning as well. This is, of course, round 2 of the crackdown on the radical Islamic outfit across the country. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of this massive crackdown on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break as well.
Individuals from this building have commented. Deborah Lipstadt, our special envoy, commented on this. She called these comments, she said she was deeply alarmed by this rhetoric. She made the point that rhetoric of this nature is inexcusable. In some 75 years after the end of the Holocaust.
hustling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Epigamia, like an ice cream you can sip. SBI Home Loans.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Massive crackdown against radical PFI. Raids underway across 8 states, including Karnataka, Assam and Uttar Pradesh. No end in sight to Congress crisis in Rajasthan. Congress troubleshooter Kamal Nath meets Sonia, speaks to Pilot Gehlot camps. Fight between Gehlot and Pilot escalates. Gehlot loyalists accuse Pilot of conspiracy. War of words continues. Gehlot to skip filing nomination for Congress top post amid Rajasthan implosion. Congress back to square one. Congress heavyweights Kharge, Digvijay, KC Venugopal likely to file nominations. Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo holds bilateral meeting with Japanese counterpart Kishida. Prime Minister Modi will pay tribute and attend former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral.
हमारी दोस्ती ने एक वैश्विक प्रभाव पैदा करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई, भारत और जापान की दोस्ती ने, और इस सब के लिए आज भारत की जनता आबे शान को बहुत याद करती है.
Right, we've got some breaking news that's coming in at the top of this hour. Raids are being conducted across Delhi as well against the Popular Front of India. What we've learned so far is that 4 persons have been detained from northeast Delhi. Remember that a crackdown is underway across the country right now, across 8 states as far as the Popular Front of India is concerned. Now news coming in that raids are being conducted across the national capital as well, and 4 persons so far have been detained from northeast Delhi. These raids are being conducted across the country at the moment. 8 states are under the scanner, including Karnataka, including Maharashtra, the national capital as well, where raids are being conducted at the moment. Remember, this is round 2 of the crackdown against the radical Islamic outfit, the Popular Front of India. As we speak at the moment, the NIA was conducting raids earlier. Now we're learning that based on the leads that the NIA has got from the interrogation of the PFI activists that they'd arrested earlier, They are conducting these searches and raids and arrests across the country this morning. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is now joining me live this morning. Amit, give us more details about the raids that are being conducted against the Popular Front of India today in the national capital.
Well, Paulami, we know for a matter of fact that massive crackdown was taken out by the NIA and Enforcement Directorate on the Popular Front of India, its network and its top leaders across the country last week. And in follow-up of that particular raid, all these leaders were questioned for several hours by the central agencies, and based on the inputs, what we are learning from our sources is that based on those inputs, fresh raids were conducted around midnight, and at several places it was being carried out even today in the morning. As far as locations in several parts of the Delhi is concerned, as per sources, raids were conducted in the midnight, and those raids are already over by now, and several detentions have been made during these raids in the national capital as well. And remember, last time around, Paulami, it was a pan-India raid. Similarly, this time around as well, what the details are, will be revealed in some time from now. But what we are learning from our sources is that the raids have been conducted in several states of the country, including the national capital, as well as several parts of western Uttar Pradesh. One thing that is very peculiar in this particular case is that at certain places it is the National Investigation Agency which has carried out the raids. At certain places we are also being told that the local police and the local ATS have been asked to chip in and to carry out the raids. So that is the change in strategy this time around. Last time we saw that NIA, ED in a combined action along with the local police and in order to maintain the law and order had conducted raid on several locations related to Popular Front of India. The state leadership, the national leadership of the PFI were first detained and then arrested. Nearly 18 of these leaders, top leaders of the PFI network, are with the NIA right now. And for the past couple of days, questioning must have happened, inputs must have been ascertained, the data and the documents that were seized by the NIA and ED during those raids, these leaders must have been confronted with those documents. And based on the
leads that the NIA acquired from the arrest of the PFI members and activists and leaders from round one of their raids, based on those leads, the NIA and other probe agencies are now proceeding forward with round two of these nationwide investigations, the crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Amit, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Stay on with us because we'll come back to you for more details. At the moment, what we do know is the National Investigation Agency and other probe agencies at the moment as we speak, including the state polices across 8 different states, are conducting searches across and raids across the country on the Popular Front of India. The raids on the PFI are being carried out in 8 different states, including Karnataka, Assam, Delhi and Maharashtra. Several PFI members have also been detained. Karnataka State Police, in fact, has carried out raids against the PFI in several districts of the state. Karnataka Home Minister Araga Janendra, in fact, has said that the police have arrested 60 PFI members who've created trouble during the NIA raids on Thursday. On Thursday, in fact, the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate carried out searches at multiple locations against the PFI. In fact, at 93 locations across 15 states, over 100 PFI members and people connected with them have been arrested so far by the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency and state police in different cases. So those raids currently underway across the country. This massive crackdown against the Popular Front of India continues. Remember that at least 100 different activists, leaders, members of the PFI were arrested in the first round of raids conducted nationwide by the National Investigation Agency on Thursday earlier. In fact, They were arrested, produced before various courts, 18 of them. Their top leaders were produced in court here in the national capital itself, and they have been, in fact, sent into the NIA's custody. And the interrogation of these leaders, which is currently underway, has elicited details, in fact, of the PFI's network across the country, based on which today what we're learning is that multiple agencies are involved in the raids that are being conducted across 8 different states, which include Karnataka, Maharashtra, Assam, and the national capital as well. In Delhi itself, 4 persons so far have been detained from northeast Delhi. These are the details that are emerging at the moment. We have our colleagues joining us from across the country. Sagai Raj is joining us from Bengaluru at the moment to give us details about the raids that are being conducted in Karnataka. Afrida Hussain is joining us from Guwahati. Afrida, I'll come across to you right now. Give us a sense of the details of the raids that are being conducted by the probe agencies on the ground against the Popular Front of India in Assam. Afrida.
Yes, follow me. In the early morning raid, which was conducted by the state police, a total of 21 PFI leaders were arrested today at around 5 p.m. Across 8 districts of Assam, this raid has been conducted. The PFI leaders who were arrested are from the Nagarbera area of the Kamrup district, which is very near to the Guwahati city, Gwalpara, Barpeta, Dhubri, Baksa, Darong, Udalguri and Karimganj. And the operation is still continuing as far as the police has informed us.
Frida, can you give us details about what are the charges against these individuals against whom these raids are being conducted at the moment? What you're telling us is that 21 persons have been arrested in Assam across 8 districts?
Yes, and when we spoke to the Assam police, especially the ADGP of the SB, has confirmed that these 21 arrests which was made in the different districts, it was under different cases which was filed against them.
Okay. Afrida Hussain there, of course, reporting on all the details of the raids that are being conducted against the Popular Front of India in Assam. Sagai, I'll come across to you right now. Of course, you earlier informed us that at least 60 persons had been arrested across the 7 districts of Karnataka where these raids are being conducted. What's the latest update, Sagai?
Follow me, it is more than 7 districts as of now. More than 60 arrests which has been made so far on the records. What we get to learn is 60 members have been arrested on preventive custody, and all of them have been taken into custody on the act of prevention action report. And this have no connection with NIA, which had conducted a raid a few days back in the state of Karnataka. And top police have confirmed that these people have been arrested on preventive custody, and they will be produced in front of a local tahsildar in their respective districts and localities. And they have to give a bond surety that they will maintain good behavior. They will not get into any kind of illegal activities. They will not get into anything which will cause any kind of disharmony in the society. These kind of promises should be made. This kind of surety should be given in a bond. And thereafter, the police will take a decision whether they should be let go or they will be taken under custody. So far, what you also get to learn is no FIR has been registered. They have all been taken on PAR, that is Prevention Action Report, which police have. And as we speak, follow me, there might be more arrests which will be made by the police as the day progresses. As of now, more than 60 people have been arrested across the state.
Okay, so Sagai, what you're trying to tell us is that the charges against the over 60 PFI members who've been arrested today by the state police are not as serious as those against those arrests that were made earlier by the NIA, led by the NIA on Thursday itself. So these are preventive detentions that the police has made because these are individuals who in fact tried to obstruct the NIA personnel from carrying out their raids on Thursday. So the charges against them not so serious at the moment. Sagai?
Absolutely. As I told you earlier, they will be produced in front of a local tahsildar, and tahsildar will take a decision on that. They have to give a bond surety in front of tahsildar that they will maintain good behavior. They will not get into any kind of illegal activities. They will not cause any kind of disharmony in the society. Once they give this kind of assurance in a bond, Thereafter, the police will decide whether they should be let go or they will be kept under prevention custody. As of now, what we get to learn is there are no FIR which has been registered. They have been arrested under prevention action report by the police across the state. And the operation will continue as the day progresses.
So the operation is likely to continue as the day progresses, is what Saga is telling us right now. Amit Bhardwaj, my colleague, is also joining us live from the national capital itself. Amit, any latest update? We do know that earlier, from what you told us, 4 persons had been detained linked to the PFI as far as these fresh raids are concerned. Amit.
Well, Paulami, the raids were conducted in the wee hours by the NIA along with the help of the Delhi police as well as the special cell of the Delhi police. And what we are learning from our sources that nearly 12 people have been, detained by the investigative agencies in connection to the second round of raids that are being conducted across the country. These nearly dozen detentions have been made in the national capital, out of which 4 are from North Delhi area itself. If we talk about the locations that have been raided, it's this time around, in the first round of raid, the focus was in the Jamia Shaheen Bagh area. But this time, the radar of the raid has expanded, and in fact, if we read out the locations that have been raided as per the sources, in coordination with the NIA and special cell, this includes Northeast Delhi, Rohini, Nizamuddin, Outer Delhi, Jamia, as well as several locations in central Delhi. So, in the round 1, the focus was obviously the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India, which is located in Shaheen Bagh. We know for a matter of fact that Parvez Ahmed, who is the chief of the Delhi PFI unit, he was picked up from his residence barely a few meters away from the national headquarters of the PFI. And along with him, Muhammad Ilyas was also arrested from the national capital. But this time around, it seems that the details that has been ascertained by the NIA, by the Central Investigative Agency, from the arrests that were made in the first round, from the documents that were seized from the first round, this time you have expanded raid, extensive raid being conducted in the national capital as well, because not only Shaheen Bagh, Jamia, but also central Delhi, Rohini, Nizamuddin, Outer Delhi, all these areas have been raided and checked by the special cell of Delhi police as well as in coordination with the NIA. And nearly 12 people have been arrested, 4 from North Delhi itself. So clearly this time the crackdown in the national capital has increased as well. And as the day progresses, Paulami, remember, even during the round 1, the details were slowly coming out. So what we knew by the end of the day that nearly 15 states were raided, 93 locations were raided, nearly 100 people linked with the Popular Front of India network, the Islamist group, were detained. And eventually the number of arrests that were made in the round 1 actually swelled by the end of the day. And 18 of them were also sent out in the NIA custody. The NIA custody has been already extended. So clearly, this time as well, there are, in most likelihood, there are possibilities that the numbers will swell. There would be more details coming out as the day progresses. And one very interesting fact, Sagai, was we were also getting, inputs from the different states. On 22nd September, when the NIA and Enforcement Directorate was cracking down on the PFI network, states such as Tamil Nadu had witnessed violent protest by the PFI members, people linked with the Popular Front of India and its affiliated outfits. And the target was BJP officers, BJP leaders, Sangha Parivar leaders. So clearly, when the raids are being conducted this time around, all the state police will be also on a high alert to make sure that there is no problem as far as the law and order situation is concerned. They might do many detentions to make sure that there is no instance of violence or protest per se, violent protest per se. there were other states as well. For instance, Karnataka, where we did witness protests, but these were not violent protests. So clearly, it's going to be an extensive crackdown that is being conducted by the central investigative agencies. We already know, as per our sources, that multiple locations across the country are being raided. At some places, such as the national capital, the raids are already over. This was done in coordination with the NIA as well as special cell of the Delhi police. Along with that, for maintenance of law and order, police officials were also deployed at these locations. But looking at the map, the way entire raids have been conducted, looking at the map of the national capital, because last time the focus was Shaheen Bagh Jamia area, where the Popular Front of India's national headquarters is located, where their top leadership, as far as the Delhi body was concerned, their residents were located. Only those areas were traced and searched and raided, and in fact sealed. The national headquarters of the PFI was sealed by the investigative agencies in round 1. So clearly, the very fact that multiple locations in the national capital have been raided last night through the VRs in Delhi, it means that as the day progresses, the bigger picture will be out in open polemic.
Right, Amit Bhardwaj there, of course, reporting from a national capital. He, of course, saying that at least a dozen persons have been picked up by the agencies that are probing the Popular Front of India's network across the country and cracking down on that network for alleged charges of terror funding, for, in fact, using money coming in from abroad to, in fact, foment terror on the ground. We've got news coming in right now. PFI crackdown. He has, of course, given us details about the detentions that have been made so far. The number has gone up to 60 detentions. In fact, he says the list of all those who created trouble during the NIA raids are with the Karnataka government right now, and that is who, in fact, the state of Karnataka and the police of the state of Karnataka is cracking down on at the moment. This is, of course, to prevent them from fomenting any sort of trouble in retaliation during the festive period that is currently underway across the country. Let's listen in to the State Home Minister of Karnataka, Arga Yanendra.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 35-40 ಜನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಿದೆ ಸರ್?
ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಟ್ ಎ ಟೈಮ್ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಸರ್? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ 50-60 ಹೋಗಂಗೆ
ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅದ್ರ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ,
ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಯಾರು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ PFI ನ ಇದಿದ್ದು ಅವರು ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇವರಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕಳೆದಿಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅನುಮಾನ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಸ್ಟಡಿಗ ಸರ್ ಕೇಳತ್ತಾವು?
ಅದು ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ.
And you heard from the State Home Minister of Karnataka, of course, sharing details about the raids that are being conducted and the detentions that have been made so far by the Karnataka police as far as the Popular Front of India is concerned. My colleague Sagai Raj is now joining me live from Bengaluru on this. Sagai, we did hear from the Home Minister giving us details as to how this is to prevent any sort of trouble being fomented by these members and activists of the PFI during the festive period, which is currently underway in the country. So clearly, of course, they're anticipating some sort of retaliation from activists and members of the PFI on the ground after the raids that were conducted and the arrests that were made by the NIA on Thursday. Sagai.
Absolutely, follow me. We have seen violence which was being reported in Kerala. We have seen violence reported in Tamil Nadu post NIA raids. As Amit Bhardwaj was mentioning, that keeping all these things in mind, police might go ahead and warn these people and they will take them into custody and tell them that if you get into any kind of illegal activities, if you get into any kind of violence, like something like which has reported in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, you will face serious actions. And that is the reason they have been taken on prevention action report. This is a preventive custody by the police, and they will be produced in front of Tehsildar, where they have to give a bond surety in front of a Tehsildar stating that, yes, we will not get into any kind of illegal activities. Yes, we will not get into any kind of protest which will spoil the harmony of the society. We will not get into any kind of violence like which was being reported in Chennai. Like people, we have seen PFI members hurling petrol bombs at RSS leaders' residence. So these kind of similar incidents should not happen in the state of Karnataka. Keeping all these things in mind, the police have taken a precautionary measure of detaining all this Popular Front of India workers and leaders in the state to ensure law and order is being maintained in the state, because the state has seen many infamous incidents like murders in coastal region of Karnataka, where alleged involved of Popular Front of India. We have seen hijab protests following that. There been violence which has been reported across the state of Karnataka. Following that, probably the Home Ministry had given directions to police to ensure that these kind of incidents should not happen post NIA raids in the state. And that might be one of the reasons why the police have picked up all these people, especially people who had protested on the day of NIA raids, which has happened on their offices and houses. And now, to ensure a law and order is being maintained, these guys are given surety bond in front of Tehsildar. And after giving this kind of surety, if they fail to maintain that, definitely they will be facing serious charges from the local police.
Right. Sagai, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Sagai Raj, my colleague, of course, reporting on the raids and searches and the detentions that are being made in Karnataka as we speak across 7 districts. Sagai and Amit Bhardwaj, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, a massive terror plot has been busted, in fact, by the agencies in the state of Maharashtra. This is a PFI terror plot, in fact, a suicide bomb plot which was uncovered by the Maharashtra ATS. In fact, as a result of this, off the back of this, the chorus to ban the radical PFI outfit is only growing across the country.
Facing the biggest crackdown in its history, the Popular Front of India has gone on the front foot, protesting, vandalizing and issuing threats of violence. And now, allegations that take the troubling glare on the organization to the next level.
വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളോട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റുതരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുന്നിൽ നിർത്തി നിങ്ങൾ കളിക്കുന്നത്.
The Maharashtra Anti-Terror Squad on Monday revealed that the RSS headquarters in Nagpur and several top BJP leaders were potential targets for violent attacks by the Popular Front of India. It actually gets worse. The ATS says that it's possible that suicide bombers had been chosen for such attacks. The unsettling allegation from the anti-terror police outfit says that the PFI had plans to collect data about the movement of RSS leaders during the upcoming Dussehra festivities. All of this spilling out just a week after the NIA, CRPF and state ATS conducted historic top-level raids on the PFI, arresting hundreds of its members at multiple locations. As you can imagine, there's a hawk's eye on every single move of the PFI now, with a growing likelihood that there's a so far elusive ban on the organization ahead. State agencies have cracked down in 15 states and 106 PFI locations so far, piling unprecedented pressure on the organization, which continues to protest its innocence even while issuing violent threats. The PFI has so far relied on the government's failure to take a hard decision on announcing a formal ban. But now the shadow of the government's axe is finally darkening. But what has changed so drastically that a ban on the PFI finally appears imminent? For starters, there's a PFI link to many recent violent incidents and protests in the country. The Ghazwa-e-Hind conspiracy in Patna has a clear PFI link. There's a karate school in Telangana which is found to be a concealed PFI weapons training facility. There's a PFI link to the killing of saffron worker Praveen Netaru in Karnataka, and a clear link of the PFI student wing to the Karnataka hijab protests. The Citizenship Amendment Act protests are also said to have a clear PFI imprint. Owing to local compulsions and shape-shifting politics, the PFI so far has dodged the full fist of the state. The question is, with suspicion of terror-style plans in the air, has time now run out for the Popular Front of India? With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
In fact, from Tamil Nadu to Kerala, the Popular Front of India, the Radical Popular Front of India has gone on a rampage, a violent rampage across the country, and their target has been BJP and RSS functionaries. Here's a detailed report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shibi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs.
on cars.
वो cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
News coming in right now. It's a massive crackdown against the Popular Front of India in Uttar Pradesh as well as part of the nationwide crackdown against the radical Islamic outfit. What we're learning right now is that 5 persons have been taken into custody by UP ATS for questioning. My colleague Samar Srivastav is now joining us live from Lucknow for the details. Samar, give us more details about the crackdown on the PFI, which is currently underway in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Well, exactly. It's a massive crackdown happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh and other states as well. Because if you talk about UP, then cities like Bulandshahr, Meerut, Saharanpur, Lucknow, Sitapur, etc. are being raided by the NIA officials. And this is not the first time you saw it happening on September 22, when many persons in a way linked with the PFI were arrested by NIA officials. One person was arrested from Indira Nagar locality of Lucknow, from whom various mobile phones, laptop and documents related to PFI and other organizations which work as an anti-India thing were recovered, while another member was arrested from Barabanki village who tried to run away, but security forces got better of him and arrested him in the wee hours. So that's a big thing coming in, because one person has been detained from state capital Lucknow, while 5 others have been detained in Ghaziabad's village for questioning, because it's a massive crackdown. And if you talk about the mode of action of the central agencies, they come at the places in the early morning or in the wee hours, because they have to station a lot of forces outside the houses of those PFI members, because they could be dangerous, they could be in chain, and that's why such operations are taking place in the wee hours. So far, the raids have almost been completed, though in some places it is still on, and we'll get the exact number of arrested persons in few hours. Yes.
Okay, Samar, thank you so much for bringing us those details. But that crackdown against the Popular Front of India continues across the country. We've reported about those details from Karnataka, from Assam, from Delhi, from Uttar Pradesh, and now what we're learning is that the Maharashtra ATS is also going after members of the Popular Front of India. At least 4 persons have been detained so far in the state of Maharashtra by the local crime branch as well. My colleague Pankaj Khelkar is now joining me live from Pune on this. Pankaj, give us more details about the raids and searches and arrests that are being made by the agencies on the ground against the Popular Front of India. Pankaj.
Follow me. Various agencies are in synchronization. They have planned, and the raids that happened last week are now continuing. Pune Crime Branch has raided and detained 6 of the members of PFI in regard to the alleged unaccounted funding. So this is the information that we are getting from the senior police officials over here in Pune. Other than that, they are not ready to divulge any other information about the 6 persons who have been detained, or what are their professions, what do they do. But what we could confirm is that 6 persons have been detained. Other than that, some of the persons from other cities and areas of Maharashtra have also been detained by the crime branch, local police over there.
Okay, so those are the details of what's happening in Pune. Dev Kotak is now joining me live from Mumbai on this. Dev, give us an overall sense of what's happening in the state of Maharashtra in terms of this crackdown on the PFI network.
Well, for the latest, right now, the second massive mega round of raids are underway. In the first round itself, a lot of people were picked up at the pan-India level. But however, in one of the latest and recent news, a person named Mohammad Abed Ali was picked up from Ahmedabad. He tried to run away. Later, he was apprehended and will be produced in the Aurangabad court today, a 40-year-old man. And he has been slapped under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Apart from that, parallelly right now in Solapur, where the NIA is conducting a raid and Maharashtra Anti-Terrorism Squad is conducting raids along with the support of the local police in Kalyan, Thane and Bhiwandi areas, which are a little which are on the outskirts.
Okay, so those are the details that are coming in from Maharashtra as far as this crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned. We've got some big news that's coming in from the national capital at the moment. Paramilitary forces are on the ground in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh as we speak, which is where the PFI in fact was headquartered in the national capital already. Remember, in the raids and searches that have been conducted today by the agencies on the ground in Delhi, 4 persons so far have been detained. So paramilitary forces are providing support to the local police on the ground in Shaheen Bagh right now in a bid to maintain law and order. Remember, after the crackdown on the Popular Front of India on Thursday by the National Investigation Agency and other agencies like the Enforcement Directorate, you'd seen members and activists of the PFI spill out onto the streets in the state of Kerala, in the state of Tamil Nadu, for instance, in fact, agitating against those raids. But now, of course, the agencies and the local police across these various states where the PFI network is being targeted by the agencies, they're trying to ensure that there is no spillover. Law and order is maintained because remember, this is festive season. The Navratras are on in the state, in fact, the country at the moment, and without, of course, wanting to leave anything to chance, the agencies and the police on the ground are trying to maintain law and order. So paramilitary forces right now extending support to the local police, in fact, in the area of Shaheen Bagh, where the PFI was headquartered. Remember, that office was sealed as well when the NIA conducted its searches against the Popular Front of India's network on Thursday. Those images, of course, are coming in right now of Shaheen Bagh. At the moment, you can see those images of the paramilitary forces that are on the ground right now. PFI operatives were arrested from Delhi as well. In fact, the top leaders of the PFI were brought to the national capital from other states as well, from where they'd been arrested and produced before the local court over here and were sent into NIA custody so that the NIA could, in fact, further crack down on the network of the Popular Front of India, which has been alleged to have been funding terror and anti-national activities across the country. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is now joining me live from the national capital right now. Amit, we're bringing to our viewers pictures from Shaheen Bagh at the moment, where the paramilitary forces have taken to the ground as well in order to provide support to the local police in a bid to maintain law and order and ensure there is no spillover effect as far as these nationwide raids are concerned.
Well, absolutely right, Paulami. Those are the visuals of the paramilitary forces walking along with the Delhi police in the localities, neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh. This is exactly the area and neighborhoods where the National Investigative Agency, in coordination with the Delhi Police Special Cell, had conducted raids in the wee hours and several detentions were made. And remember, these raids were not limited to Shaheen Bagh Jamia area. Rather, the raids were conducted in several other pockets of Delhi, such as Nizamuddin, Outer Delhi, Rohini. All these areas, pockets, neighborhoods in all these areas were raided. And after that, as I was mentioning a couple of minutes back, that last time around when the NIA and ED raids were being conducted across the country, we had seen violent protests by the PFI members in certain pockets of Tamil Nadu. There were aggressive protests in certain pockets of Kerala, and that is why, in most likelihood, this time around you have the local police in hyperactive mode when the round 2 of the crackdown on the PFI network is being carried out. And that is precisely the reason that the paramilitary forces were actually carrying out a march in the Shaheen Bagh, neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh. And the visuals that we are showing to our viewers is from neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh. This is a message to send that law and order situation needs to be maintained. It is also a message to the troublemakers who might be sending across a clear-cut message that the law and order management forces, as far as the paramilitary force and the Delhi police is concerned, they are up on their toes, and there will be no negligence as far as maintenance of law and order situation is concerned. So clearly, on one hand, there is round 2 of crackdown on the PFI network going on. On the other hand, you have the local police networks of the paramilitary forces in different states carrying out flag march, carrying out detentions to make sure that peace is maintained, peace and tranquility is maintained, law and order is maintained. Back to you, Paulami.
Right. Amit, also, is this because there is, in fact, local intelligence or inputs that the agencies are receiving that, in fact, there could be some sort of retaliation, there could be some sort of reaction from the side of the PFI to these raids?
Well, Paulami, looking at the history examples, on September 22nd, when the nationwide raids were conducted by the NIA and Enforcement Directorate, along with, in coordination with the local police in 15 states, 93 locations, a spontaneous protest had erupted across the country. Tamil Nadu was obviously one of the places where the RSS leaders and the BJP leaders' houses were attacked. Petrol bombs were hurled at. And that in that particular matter, the Tamil Nadu police is actually carrying out an investigation. You had Kerala, where aggressive protests were staged by the PFI workers. You had Karnataka, where several protests were organized by the PFI workers. Rajasthan is another state where protests had erupted. As far as Delhi is concerned, there was an the PFI, SDPI members had sought permission for a protest in the national capital, but the Delhi police had not given them any permission. So clearly, the law enforcement agencies right now are on their toes, and they're trying to be in the active, proactive stance right now to make sure to send across a message, two messages. One, that law and order situation is maintained when the raids were being carried out. In fact, after the raids were carried out, because remember, the strategy of the central investigative agencies as far as the crackdown on PFI network is concerned has been, in round 1 and round 2, that conduct the raids in the night, carry out the detentions that you want, and after that, as the day progresses, when the legal work is being carried out, the legal processes are being met, when the detentions are being converted into arrest, it is that point in time when the information about these raids start coming out. On India Today, we obviously broke the story early in the morning today, but after the story comes out, the people wake up to the story, and there are possibilities of the workers, activists coming out and staging a protest, and that is why you have the paramilitary forces carrying out marches like this one to send across a message that law and order is maintained, and also to send across a message that the police, the law enforcement agencies are up on their toes, and they will not tolerate any attempt to disturb peace and tranquility in the neighborhoods where these raids were conducted, or where the PFI might have a stronghold. So that is the effort. And remember, Shaheen Bagh is also the area where the national headquarters of the PFI is located. This particular office of the PFI was obviously sealed during the raid round 1 of the crackdown on the PFI network. It is also the area where Parvez Ahmed, PFI Delhi chief's residence is located, as well as Muhammad Ilyas, and all these leaders of the Delhi unit were quite influential. So that is why you are seeing those visuals of the paramilitary forces carrying out a flag march of sorts to ensure the peace and tranquility is maintained, and there is no attempt to disturb the law and order situation in these neighborhoods. Back to Paulami.
Right. Amit, while of course you're telling us and telling our viewers that Shaheen Bagh is where the PFI network is headquartered, and hence obviously our forces and the local police is not taking any chances in terms of the law and order situation on the ground in Shaheen Bagh. But the raids that have been conducted today, of course, they're spread across Delhi. Reports coming in from Nizamuddin, from Rohini, from Northeast Delhi. So you're hearing of the network and its extensive reach across the national capital as well, Amit.
Well, absolutely right. And not only the national capital, in fact, this is national capital region, Paulami. We just broke the story as to how all these areas that you just mentioned, Roni, Nizamuddin, Shaheen Bagh, Jamia, Outer Delhi, all these pockets and neighborhoods of Delhi being raided, searched by Delhi police. Nearly 12 detentions have been made as per our sources. But we are also learning from our sources is that neighborhoods in Ghaziabad, Meerut, Saharanpur, they have been also in a way raided by the local law enforcement units as well as UP ATS. So we know for a matter of fact from our sources, Paulami, that this time around, not only the NIA is conducting these raids, but the inputs had been sent to several states, to their local law enforcement agencies as well as the ATS, to make sure that they carry out the detention based on the NIA inputs. They carry, because they understand the terrain in a much better way. than the central agencies, and in fact that is why when the NIA carries out these raids, they also get often support from the local agencies, local law enforcement agencies, and that is why it is the UPATS which is also in action as far as the crackdown in the western Uttar Pradesh is concerned on the PFI network. So clearly, on one hand, you have a crackdown happening in the national capital, extensive crackdown on the PFI network. Other states are obviously being raided, searches are being carried out, detentions are being made in several other states. We just heard from our colleagues from Karnataka as well, as to how extensive raids have been conducted, preventive detentions have been made in Karnataka as well. And remember, this is a festive season, so obviously the local law enforcement agencies would not want any disturbance to the peace and tranquility, any attempt to disturb law and order situation.
Absolutely.
And that is why,
in fact,
on
Amit,
one
as
hand,
far
when
as
you
the
have
national
extensive
capital is
raids happening
concerned and the raids that are being conducted across the national capital is concerned, the latest update that's coming in right now from our sources is that 30 PFI operatives have in fact been arrested in Delhi so far. Remember, various parts of Delhi that have in fact witnessed raids and arrests today, be it Rohini, be it Shaheen Bagh, be it Nizamuddin, Outer Delhi as well, Northeast Delhi, Jamia. These are areas which in fact have faced raids from the local agencies on the ground in relation to the NIA's crackdown on the Popular Front of India's network. Since the wee hours of this morning, these raids have been underway, and the latest update that sources within the Delhi police are confirming to India today is that at least 30 members of the PFI have been taken into custody so far in the national capital alone. My colleague Arvind Oja is now joining me live on this. Arvind, 30 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई अब तक पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जो जुड़े हैं दिल्ली में।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मल्टीपल ये रेड हुई थी और दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि तकरीबन 30 के लगभग लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। कल देर रात स्पेशल सेल ने लोकल पुलिस के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट किया था और मल्टीपल जगह पर दिल्ली में रेड हुई, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बात कर लीजिए, शाहीन बाग, जामिया, निजामुद्दीन, रोहिणी, आउटर दिल्ली, इन इलाकों में रेड हुई थी और तकरीबन 30 लोगों को जो पीएफआई से जुड़े हैं उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया। तो ये बड़ी गिरफ्तारी है दिल्ली से, लगातार जिस तरह से रेड हुई थी और ये सेकंड राउंड की रेड थी, लेकिन इस बार सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के इनपुट पर दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल ने ये पूरी रेड की है। पूरी देर रात ये रेड चली थी जिसमें कुल 30 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। तो ये पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन है दिल्ली पुलिस का। दिल्ली पुलिस की स्पेशल सेल वो कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही थी और पूरी रात ये रेड चली है और अब इंडिया टुडे को दिल्ली पुलिस के टॉप ऑफिशियल ने कंफर्म किया है कि 30 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया।
So that is, of course, the detail of that raid which has been conducted by the special cell of Delhi police across the national capital. Arvind Oja, they're reporting that 30 members of the Popular Front of India have been arrested, taken into custody so far by the Delhi police's special cell as they, of course, go around cracking down on the Popular Front of India's network across the country. 30 arrests that have been made in the national capital alone. Arvind, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We'll slip into a very short break now. Stay tuned. Our continuing coverage of this massive round 2 of a crackdown on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break.
We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council. Great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, the self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats are being created, and they undermine what has been built under the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. Strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches, and we call upon everyone to join in.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
它呢可以大大的节约人力，可以节省我们这个核酸检测人员的劳动强度，同时呢，它也大大提高了安全性和准确性。它结合它的视觉算法呢，能精准的找到人的口腔和核酸检测的地方，而且呢，利用它的触控和力控系统呢，也能很轻柔、很敏捷的触碰到人的核酸检测的点。
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Watch Maharani Season 2 on Sony Live now.
Round 2 of mega anti-PFI raids. This is the Popular Front of India being raided. 8 states, 75 pan-India detentions. Another day of big terror cleanup. Sweeping raids on Islamist Popular Front after suicide bomb plot. Radicalization, PFI protests erupt after the crackdown. Karnataka, Delhi, UP, Assam and Maharashtra. State cops, ATS join raids after the NIA. There's a massive crackdown. Is the Popular Front of India headed right towards a complete ban? That's the question we're asking. And we're getting you all details of that big story. This is India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines first. Massive crackdown against radical PFI. Raids underway across 8 states, including Karnataka, Assam and UP. No end in sight for the Congress crisis in Rajasthan. Congress troubleshooter Kamal Nath meets Sonia Gandhi, speaks to Pilot Gehlot camps. Fight between Gehlot and Pilot escalates. Gehlot loyalists accuse Pilot of conspiracy. War of words continues. Gehlot to escape filing nomination for Congress top post amid Rajasthan implosion. Congress back to square one. Congress heavyweights Kharge, Digvijay Singh, KC Venugopal likely to file nominations. Prime Minister Modi is in Tokyo, holding bilateral talks with Japanese counterpart Kishida. Prime Minister Modi will pay tribute and attend former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral.
मेरी दोस्ती ने एक वैश्विक प्रभाव पैदा करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई, भारत और जापान की दोस्ती ने, और इस सब के लिए आज भारत की जनता अबे शान को बहुत याद करती है।
NASA's DART mission ends in success. Space agency intentionally crashes its $344 million DART spacecraft in asteroid. Crash aimed at testing spacecrafts has defense tool against future asteroids heading towards the Earth. Our top story as the clamour for a ban on radical outfit Popular Front of India grows. There has been a massive pan-India crackdown across Delhi, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Assam and Gujarat today on all members who created ruckus after the NIA crackdown a few days ago. In the national capital, 30 PFI members have been detained from northeast Delhi. In Karnataka, at least 60 PFI members have been detained so far in a statewide crackdown by the state police. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us the very latest from the national capital. For more on that story, Amit, give us an idea about the raids in Delhi, where security has been heightened in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area as well.
Well, Sneha, we are bringing you the exclusive visuals from Shaheen Bagh. Right with me, walking along with me are the paramilitary force personnel, and this is Shaheen Bagh neighborhood, Shaheen Bagh locality. I'll request Anurag to show you the entire visual to establish the entire area. This is the Shaheen Bagh neighborhoods, where right now the paramilitary forces in large numbers are actually carrying out a flag march of sorts to make sure that law and order situation in these neighborhoods are maintained. Remember, this is the very location, very neighborhood where the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India is located. And on the other side, as we are walking along the road, these paramilitary force personnel right behind me, they are walking, and on the other side of the road as well, they have queued up in big numbers, and they're actually carrying out a march of sorts in the neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh. Now remember, this is the round 2 of the crackdown on the Popular Front of India network. Round 2 of crackdown on Popular Front of India network on September 22nd. The first round of pan-India crackdown on the PFI network was carried out, and in that particular case as well, Shaheen Bagh was one of the key locations where these raids were conducted. And in Shaheen Bagh is the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India. All its outfits that operate in the national capital have their base located in Shaheen Bagh, and we are bringing you the exclusive visuals of the paramilitary forces personnel walking in Shaheen Bagh area carrying out a march. What we are learning from our sources is that this heavy deployment of the paramilitary forces in these neighborhoods have been made for two reasons. Number one, ensuring that law and order is maintained when the raids are being conducted by the National Investigation Agency. Number two, that there is no attempt to disrupt peace and tranquility in these neighborhoods. There is no attempt to disturb law and order situation in these neighborhoods. And that is why the flag march that is being carried out by the paramilitary forces is quite big in number. They have queued up and they are walking through the streets. A couple of minutes back, they were actually inside the lanes of Shaheen Bagh, where the PFI leadership houses are located, where the PFI's national headquarters is located, where, we had seen that last time around, several raids were conducted. And even this time, during the round two, what we are learning is several people living in these localities, neighborhoods, who had links with the Popular Front of India were raided early in the morning, in the wee hours, and many of them have been detained by the investigative agency as well as the Delhi Police's special cell. So, I'll also request Anurag, because it's a running traffic on this road, to go on the other side of the road to show you just the length of the paramilitary forces march which is being carried out right now in the neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh. It's a busy road right now. People are rushing to their office and they're actually waking up to these visuals as we speak. And they are also very curious as to why this particular march by the paramilitary forces are being carried out. On the left-hand side, I'll request Anurag to show you the long queue of the paramilitary force march that is being carried out. And remember, a couple of minutes back, these individuals, these personnel were actually inside the lanes of Shaheen Bagh, where in most likelihood raids were actually conducted by the special cell of Delhi Police. We are also learning from our sources that because the legal process and the legal processes and the raids are not over at certain locations in the national capital. That is why the specific locations, specific details about the detentions, about the raids which have been conducted by the Delhi police on leads of the NIA, those details are not being shared, those details are not being revealed right now. But the very fact that paramilitary force personnel in big number are deployed in this Shaheen Bagh area and they're actually carrying out march from one neighborhood to the other neighborhood right now. It tells the entire story as to how big is the crackdown by the central agencies on the PFI network, the second round of crackdown. And as we speak, this march is actually heading towards the other end of the Shaheen Bagh neighborhood, where the Shaheen Bagh metro station is located. And Sneha, a few meters from here, as you see in the visuals, the paramilitary force personnel marching towards the Shaheen Bagh metro station. It is also the area where the CA and RC protests were actually organized, in 2020. And right now, these security personnel are actually heading towards that end of Shaheen Bagh, where the CA and anti-CA and RC protests were conducted. So clearly, the presence of these paramilitary forces in these neighborhoods tells us the story that raids are extensive, that the law enforcement agencies do not want to risk, do not want to leave any possibility of individuals trying to disrupt peace and tranquility, law and order situation in these neighborhoods. As we know that
just coming back to you in a moment from now. I'll come back to you, Amit, because the conversation will continue. Delhi is where the raids are taking place. And there are many such spots in Delhi, viewers, where certain officers and functionaries of the Popular Front of India are based, particularly in the Shaheen Bagh area of Delhi.
And this essentially is near the Mathura road, if you understand the city and the location of these units essentially. I'm going to now talk to Samarth Srivastava, who is in Lucknow. Samarth, what's happening in Lucknow? Give us an overview of the situation in the city.
See, extensive crackdown is on in the state of Uttar Pradesh by the central agencies, including NIA, ATS, and what we have got to know, about 10 persons linked with PFI have been detained so far by the central agencies. And from Bulandshahr, Maulavi has been detained by UP ATS, and he'll be brought to Lucknow for further investigation, for further questioning in that particular probe. What we saw on September 22, that few persons, including Nadeem and other persons, were arrested from UP, one from Barabanki's village, one from Indranagar's locality of Lucknow, and what ATS and NIA recovered from them are the mobile phones, some documents which are in a way anti-India, with anti-India slogans were also written on those papers as per the sources. But when when the ATS and NIA agencies took them away, the family stopped. But when they showed them the recording, family also got convinced that yes, they were in a way involved in anti-India things, and that's what the operation all about, because it's a massive operation. What you saw in the previous operation, more than 100 persons linked with PFI were arrested, and now around 3 to 4 days after 22 September, again the same raid happened in the VRs, and that is happening in UP on the level of on the basis of interrogation that happened with one from Indranagar and from Barabanki, from those PFI members, as they informed the ATS and NIA about their other associates and other aides in UP, and that is what the operation is all about. And if you talk about PFI, as per the UP ATS chief, they have been involved in anti-India things before. We saw it in the Hathras incident in UP. We saw that in the CA-NRC protest that happened in Lucknow. So it is not a new thing. But the question is when this PFI will be banned. But with these operations from NIA and various central agencies happening back to back, and that too on extensive and massive levels, it seems that government has something in their plans. In a way, they may ban PFI in the days to come, because as per the ministers of UP government, many have claimed that it is one of the versions of SIMI that was being operated earlier, and which was also known for anti-India things and anti-national things. And now, as per the ATS chief of UP, he also clearly said that PFI, there are a lot of proof, there are a lot of documents with the ATS that proves that PFI in a way are trying to disrupt the harmony in the society, in the state, especially by affecting the young minds of one particular community, using the social media network sites, including Telegram, because it's hard to go through Telegram, and that's why be terrorist organizations or agencies like PFI, they prefer to use that Telegram thing, because it's hard to crack by the security agents.
We'll talk to you more about that, Samarth, in a moment from now, the modus operandi. Okay, we are talking about the raids across the country. You just heard from Samarth, who's getting us the details from Uttar Pradesh, where the raids are on. In Assam as well, viewers, the raids are on, and several members of the Popular Front of India have been arrested in these raids across Madhya Pradesh as well. Dev Kotak is with me also right now. Dev Kotak is joining me from Mumbai city, and Amit, of course, continues to be in Delhi. The big question here, 21 PFI members have been arrested in Madhya Pradesh. That's the information that we're getting at this. Remember, this is just one lot of arrests. Several have been made in different parts of the country. Once again, going back to Dev for more details on what's happening in the state of Maharashtra. Dev, which are the areas in Maharashtra where Popular Front of India members have been picked up? Talk to us about the raids there.
To clearly highlight in terms of the prominent places where the raids are being carried out around the Mumbai city and on the outskirts, Kalyan, Thane, and Bhiwandi is where the raids are being carried out. Apart from that, Solapur in Maharashtra also the parallel raids are ongoing, and of course you know that in Pune as well several members of the PFI have been detained, whereas some have been arrested, and of course the agencies at this point in time are filing something called the PAR, the Preventive Action Report. So however, they're trying to determine in terms of what their connections have been, what the sister organizations of the PFI are, and also if they have been engaged or involved in any kind of activities that may be counted as anti-national. Also, as you know, that the probe agencies are clearly trying to understand the fact and also break the nexus that they might have potentially have had with any other international elements, if at all so. And also because they are largely being questioned for their role in instigating the members of the minority community, and also that is constantly telling them through provocative speeches that they must rebel against the people of this nation. So these are the kind of activities that they had been engaging in as per the details shared by the probe agencies. However, in Maharashtra, apart from the anti-terrorism squad, the local police is also helping them carry out the raids in several different places. Like I mentioned earlier as well, some are detained and a lot of them are being questioned. So these are the details that we have for the time being, Sneha.
All right, these details that Dave is sharing with us. Remember, Dave getting us all of those details from Mumbai. We just told our viewers that 21 people have been arrested in connection with these raids. Also, these are members of the Popular Front of India. The big question here is it all now headed towards a ban, the manner in which these nationwide raids are getting carried out? Karnataka State Police are carrying out raids against the Islamic outfit Popular Front of India across several districts as well. So we have the southern India also where these raids are getting carried out. I'm going to go across once again to my colleague Amit Bhardwaj. Amit, if you can hear me, do get us those pictures again of the kind of security presence in the area, given that there are protests that have broken out as well. Talk to us a little more about the police bandobast and the bandobast of the paramilitary forces. Okay, I'm connecting with Amit in a few moments. I'm going to put that question to Samarth on the kind of arrangements and preparations that are in place in Uttar Pradesh where raids are ongoing. Samarth.
Well, exactly. As I told you, there are many locations where raid is on. If you talk about the western UP, it will be about Meerut, it will be about Bulandshahr and various other cities, including Saharanpur as well. And if you talk about that our area, it will be about Lucknow and Sitapur. And 10 persons have been arrested. They all have been detained. They all were linked with PFI. And in the most were detained from the outskirts of Lucknow, that is Etonja, Bakshiga Talab, and various other villages. And few days back we saw arresting from Indiranagar and Barabanki, and now the other areas there, especially the outskirts, somewhere around 25 to 30 kilometers from the state capitals. That means Etonja, that means Bakshiga Talab, and various other areas from where these people are in a way linked with that particular controversial outfit have been detained by the UP ATS and the NIA agencies. And what we saw, though there is no particular location in Lucknow, because that this entire incident or the entire operation happened in the wee hours, just like that happened on 22 September. But what is crucial is the free hand given by the UP government, because UP government has been very, very vocal about this PFI thing since Hathras incident, since that CA-NRC thing that happened in a way that created chaos in the state. And various UP ministers even compared that PFI with a version of SIMI that in a way was somewhere and somehow a terrorist organization, in a way linked with this terrorist organization, but doing those things which were in a way anti-national. That's what the UP ATS chief Naveen Arora claimed, that they have got sufficient links or sufficient amount of documents with them that will prove that PFI are involved in inciting violence, disrupting the harmony in the society, and especially when there is some announcement regarding some government scheme, they prefer that time to be the best to incite violence or spread hateness among the young minds, especially to one particular community. And what we told, the modus operandi of that particular organization, to spread hateness via sharing links, including of various
years back, including the Barbary demolition or various other things, in a way to spread hateness among the young minds, and that's why they convinced those young minds to join PFI and spread hatred across against India. And that's what these were the clear mentions in the documents received. Because if you talk about the arresting of Indiranagar PFI agent, it was clear that police recovered 3 mobile phones, a laptop, some documents, and also they gathered many recordings from the mobile phones of that particular accused, in a way which were enough to tell that they were in a way involved against the anti-India, anti-national things. And that's the biggest thing. And the way these massive crackdown happening, not just in UP but across India, be it on September 22, be it today, it seems it's a clear hint that government may, in a way, ban this particular controversial outfit called Popular Front of India.
All right. Samarth, I'm thanking you for the moment. I'm thanking Dave as well as Amit. We'll of course keep coming back to all of you for more on that story, and we're staying with the Popular Front of India and the news around it, and we're going straight to Karnataka now, where the state police are carrying out raids against the Islamic outfit, the Popular Front of India. These are pictures from different districts in Karnataka, as you see on your screens right now, in Belgaum, in Raichur, Gadak, Kolar, in Mangaluru, Kalburgi, again Bidar, Chamrajnagar as well, where these raids are being carried out. Raids are being carried out actually in 13 districts in Karnataka. More than 75 PFI and Social Democratic Party of India, or SDPI, workers and leaders have been taken into custody. This is preventive custody. Karnataka Home Minister has said that the state police are arresting those who created trouble during the NIA raids on Thursday. Now on Thursday, NIA and ED carried out searches on multiple locations across Karnataka against PFI. These were 93 locations. Over 100 PFI members and people connected with them have been arrested by the ED and the NIA and state police in different cases. All the details of raids across the country against the Popular Front of India. This, in fact, actually is the second round of mega NIA raids in 8 states. What we know is that 60 members have been detained in Karnataka alone. This is the National Investigation Agency, along with other probe agencies, carrying out these raids of the Popular Front of India. Raids on PFI being carried out in 8 different states. According to the information received from NIA, a lot of important information was received during the interrogation of leaders of the Popular Front of India in the first round of raids. Now, based on the leads by the NIA police and other probe agencies, 21 PFI members have been detained from 8 districts in Assam. In Karnataka as well, PFI members have been picked up. As per the law, they will be produced in front of the local Tehsildar, and also the investigating authorities are going to be seeking judicial custody. PFI members had either stopped NIA personnel last Thursday and protested earlier, or had created trouble locally. Many of these members have been arrested under preventive action report. For this, they have to give bond surety in front of a local Tehsildar that they will not be getting into any illegal activities and spoil harmony of the society. Essentially, this is preventive detention. No FIR has been registered against these people. They have been picked up under the preventive action report. A massive PFI terror plot has been busted in Maharashtra, where the ATS there has uncovered suicide bomb plot. The chorus to ban radical PFI has grown. Here's more.
Facing the biggest crackdown in its history, the Popular Front of India has gone on the front foot, protesting, vandalizing and issuing threats of violence. And now, allegations that take the troubling glare on the organization to the next level.
ആദർശത്തിന്റെ വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റു തരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുന്നിൽ നിർത്തി നിങ്ങൾ കളിക്കുന്നത്.
The Maharashtra Anti-Terror Squad on Monday revealed that the RSS headquarters in Nagpur and several top BJP leaders were potential targets for violent attacks by the Popular Front of India. It actually gets worse. The ATS says that it's possible that suicide bombers had been chosen for such attacks. The unsettling allegation from the anti-terror police outfit says that the PFI had plans to collect data about the movement of RSS leaders during the upcoming Dussehra festivities. All of this spilling out just a week after the NIA, CRPF and state ATS conducted historic top-level raids on the PFI, arresting hundreds of its members at multiple locations. As you can imagine, there's a hawk's eye on every single move of the PFI now. With a growing likelihood that there's a so far elusive ban on the organization ahead, state agencies have cracked down in 15 states and 106 PFI locations so far, piling unprecedented pressure on the organization, which continues to protest its innocence even while issuing violent threats. The PFI has so far relied on the government's failure to take a hard decision on announcing a formal ban. But now the shadow of the government's axe is finally darkening. But what has changed so drastically that a ban on the PFI finally appears imminent? For starters, there's a PFI link to many recent violent incidents and protests in the country. The Ghazwa-e-Hind conspiracy in Patna has a clear PFI link. There's a karate school in Telangana which is found to be a concealed PFI weapons training facility. There's a PFI link to the killing of saffron worker Praveen Netaru in Karnataka, and a clear link of the PFI student wing to the Karnataka hijab protests. The Citizenship Amendment Act protests are also said to have a clear PFI imprint. Owing to local compulsions and shape-shifting politics, the PFI so far has dodged the full fist of the state. The question is, with suspicion of terror-style plans in the air, has time now run out for the Popular Front of India? With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Japan to attend former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral. These are pictures coming in of the Prime Minister in Tokyo, in Japan, mourning loss of India's friend, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister Modi is joined by several global leaders to pay tributes and homage to Shinzo Abe at his state funeral in Tokyo on Tuesday. We're getting you these live pictures of the Prime Minister along with other leaders who are there to pay their homage and their tributes to late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister Modi earlier today landed in Tokyo to attend the funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. He is meeting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, after which he will attend the state funeral for Abe at the massive Nippon Budokan Indoor Arena. He is also attending a formal ceremony for dignitaries and also will be meeting Abe's widow to formally pay his condolences on behalf of all Indians, is what the Prime Minister tweeted earlier today. He also spoke about the fact that India and Japan will continue to work together to strengthen the relations as envisioned by Shinzo Abe. Abe's son is what he wrote. Representatives from 100 countries, including more than 20 heads of state and governments, are attending Shinzo Abe's funeral. that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you all the details of the raids across India on the Popular Front of India.
Obviously, the biggest and most talked about story internationally right now is the death of Queen Elizabeth II. After a week of a particularly anti-colonialist drive taken by the government, strangely, a day of mourning was declared.
I find it unnecessary, Shiv. You have messages that come in from the Prime Minister, which is okay, fine. You know, he's the Prime Minister, he's sending out a message of condolence on behalf of the nation. But then you take that forward and then announce 1 day of mourning in India. What was the need for that?
You want to reach out to the Raj in every way, or at least the United Kingdom as it stands today. Free trade pacts, student partnerships. You want to build a stronger relationship with UK, but we will decolonize by changing the name from Rajpat to Kartavya Path. Change my name also tomorrow, Rajdeep to Kartavya.
So what's bogus and hypocritical is not the name change. What's bogus and hypocritical is the mourning.
You know, doing good Kartavya, you will be called Kartavya.
We're going back to the topic.
Prime Minister Modi himself has been very diplomatically correct when it comes to global relationship. I think Modi is aced. So this is basically just protocol.
A certain respect for Queen Elizabeth the individual, and therefore if the state decides to give 1 day mourning, theek hai yaar. Why debating? And that too in English. That too you are debating in English, the language of the Queen.
My view, if you are getting rid of St. George's Cross, if you're getting rid of Rajpath and those things, which is why it looks a little jarring to me.
Mourn the Queen, but don't show your allegiance to the empire like that by declaring state mourning.
Fact remains, special relationship is a two-way street. Hand over Vijay Mallya, hand over Nirav Modi. Do not hide Indian fugitives in your country, and don't let the British Museum look like an active crime scene.
All I'm going to say now, I personally believe that the India-UK relationship is way beyond the royal family, and that's the way it actually should be.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
We all consume pills at some point in time. It could be vitamins or it could be medicines, pills for some ailment. But did you know that your posture while Prime Minister Modi is in Japan to attend former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral. We're getting in these pictures from the state funeral. The Prime Minister is joined by several global leaders to pay his tributes, pay homage to Shinzo Abe at the state funeral. These pictures are coming in from Tokyo City. My colleague Nupur Tiwari is getting us more details. Nupur, take us through the plan, the itinerary as far as the state funeral is concerned. The Prime Minister there has been joined by several global leaders who are paying their last respects, their homage to late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, so today, including Japanese, 4,300 dignitaries are joining the state funeral, and the Prime Minister Modi is, I think, only Prime Minister from a country head is joining the event, because as you know that Mr. Modi and Mr. Abe, that their relation is not about the beyond India-Japan. And they had very personal relation as well. They're like, Modi ji called him his brother, and it is not, it is entire India's loss it was. So the state funeral is taking place in Nippon Budokan. This is in central Tokyo, and the security is very tight there. This is, the normal people are not going nearby when they are not allowed to go. Normal citizens are not allowed to go nearby. And there is one park is there, Kodanzaka. This is open only for those people who are going to pay tribute to Abe-san, only with flower. And security, very strict security is there. The security is checking them, their flowers also, whatever belongings they have. This is not very common in Japan. It doesn't happen and never happened before. This is the first time this kind of the security is checking whoever is going to that park just to pay tribute. And if you're just going to park, which is very common in Japan, you are not allowed to go to Kodanzaka only with flower, with your own flower, by strict security, checked by strict security, you're allowed to go and pay tribute to Abe-san. So this is the thing, from yesterday, from day before yesterday, they are all over Tokyo, the police are around. This is, as I have been living in Japan from last 20 years, but these kind of things are very rare. Police are around and they're checking every snake. Dogs are, dogs are at the stations, and they're checking all the. Today's entire Tokyo is kind of on alert. Definitely people are going to their work, their everyday's activities are on, but the thing is, something is going on. Definitely everybody is sad today because the state funeral is happening, and many countries people, many from different countries people are here. The security is very, very high. That is normal. But for Japanese everyday's life, Tokyo, not only in Tokyo, anywhere in Japan, security is not that tight. So this is very unusual for Japanese, and everywhere people are very much alert. But yes, they have been having their everyday's life. They're going to work, they're doing their work, they're coming back home, and all those things are going on. But still, there is something is going on. There is some a bit of a difference, bit of the feeling of difference that Japan is going through a bit of change, the checking, security everywhere, because as I said earlier, that Japan is not used to with all those security. As you have seen that Abe-san was doing his campaigning, when he was in Nara without security, and it happens in Japan. No political leaders, even celebrities, they don't have the securities with them. They go everywhere without any fear. They go to
right. Nupur, I'll just connect with you once again. Be with us. In fact, Nancy Snow, NMA fellow, Fulbright scholar, is also now joining us. Thank you so much for your time here. Your take on the developments from the last couple of months, and what does this really mean as far as India-Japan relations are also concerned? The Prime Minister has spoken about this, that we will continue to work towards a good relationship, which has always stood the test of time. This is something that we will continue to work on. And the Prime Minister, one among the many global heads today who are attending the funeral of late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was assassinated brutally a few months ago.
Yes, I think that we're really shifting now into Abe's legacy. And the India-Japan relationship, as Abe stated 15 years ago in his really famous speech, Confluence of the Seas, he made clear that it was the most important developing relationship for these two countries. This bilateral relationship had had the most potential to strengthen, and indeed it has. And even with this terrible loss of Abe, you can see now 100 countries represented, many heads of state, many dignitaries have come to pay respect to Shinzo Abe and his legacy, not only to Japan, but also to India-Japan relations, as well as to the world.
You know, you have spoken about the fact that you've been intrigued by the relations between Japan and India. Talk to us how, you know, the relationship and the equations go well beyond economic ties. This is about religion. This is also about culture.
It is. And actually, too, I'm a diplomacy professor. So from my perspective, this is about person-to-person diplomacy. It's been quite intriguing. I've been tweeting about it earlier, that Modi and Abe really had a close personal friendship. And we shouldn't take these relations for granted. We don't see this every day. There was a trust implicit. And I think there was mutual respect for the cultural soft power of these respective countries. And indeed, it was a broadening of the relationship beyond just economic ties. Sometimes countries that don't get along so well, they have strong economic ties. But this was much broader. So it included, of course, noting the security needs of the region, the Indo-Pacific region and its values, democratic values, two leading Asian democracies coming together, a recognition of the challenges, especially that India has with so many borders that Japan doesn't have directly, and nevertheless lives in a rather dangerous neighborhood, I think we could all agree, in Northeast Asia. So that's why I'm here today to
Okay, we'll just try and connect with Professor Snow in a moment from now. But Professor Snow was talking about the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. Professor Snow, we lost you for a moment, but I just want to ask you this. How often do you really see this? The Prime Minister recently also, when he wrote about the loss of a friend after the death of Shinzo Abe, spoke about the fact that their friendship and the communication and this relationship remained intact during the time when Shinzo Abe was not the Prime Minister of Japan. This is between 2007 and 2012, and more recently after 2020. How often do you really see this?
This is quite unprecedented. I have had a PhD in international relations for 30 years. This is quite rare. It's quite extraordinary. It really is like goosebumps producing because of the length of this relationship. And as you say, Shinzo Abe had to step down again in 2020 due to health reasons. And yet he continued to be a real statesman for the world on behalf of Japan. And it's so sad when you think about his age at 67, all of the years that we will lose in terms of his writing, his perspective, and also meeting with other heads of state and dignitaries. There's no one like Abe to represent Japan. And Modi really did capitalize very effectively on that relationship. But as I say, it was genuine. These two had a chemistry, and it really helped them to build then stronger ties in the business sector, in the military sector, across economics, in educational ties. You could see in the imagery of the pictures that came out of the respective visits, India and Japan, there's even a close tie with Mrs. Abe. So condolences will be given, of course, to Prime Minister Kishida, to Ankita Abe, to many others.
Yes.
But I think in particular, we need to recognize this strong tie today and how unprecedented it is.
And we'll continue to work towards that. Maintain these strong ties between India and Japan is what the Prime Minister has also tweeted about. I'm thanking you, Professor Snow, for joining us with your perspective on that very important development that we are tracking from Japan. The Prime Minister is in Tokyo attending his friend Shinzo Abe's funeral. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here news continues on the other side.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Over 170 Popular Front of India members have been arrested across India. Arrests have been made in raids across 8 states. So over 170 PFI members, many of them have been taken into preventive retention, given that they are fomenting trouble, is what we know. These are raids across 8 states. Last Thursday as well, the PFI was raided across several districts in the country. So the question now is whether the Popular Front of India is headed straight for a nationwide ban. This, remember, is the second round of raids we have seen recently. These are mega raids by the National Investigation Agency joined by the state police. They are raiding on PFI members in 8 states. In Karnataka alone, 60 members have been detained. 170 detentions from across the country. Pictures of some of the detained members on your screen right now. Amit Bhardwaj is in Shaheen Bagh in Delhi, where the bandobast has been strengthened essentially when it comes to the state police and also the paramilitary. Amit, take us to the details of what has been going on in Shaheen Bagh since morning.
Well, Sneha, see, the round one of massive crackdown by the investigative agencies, central investigative agencies on the Popular Front of India, the state leadership across India as well as the top leadership was carried out on September 22nd. Today in the wee hours, another round of crackdown on the PFI network was carried out either by the NIA or based on the NIA inputs by the state police. And that is why in Delhi, several raids were conducted in pockets such as Rohini, North Delhi, Shaheen Bagh, Jamia Nagar, Nizamuddin. And right now, I am in Shaheen Bagh. This is the Shaheen Bagh police post, and you could see in big numbers right now, these paramilitary forces personnel are resting right now. But a couple of minutes back, since around 8 in the morning, these very individuals were actually carrying out a patrol march right from Shaheen Bagh police station up till Kalindi Park. Now, why is that stretch very important? I'll tell you, as I will also ask Anurag to, move a little bit away so that I can show you the entire stretch, Sneha. This is very important. This is Kalindi Park. Now, Shaheen Bagh police station, that particular neighborhood is where the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India is located. That is the locality where Parvez Ahmed, the Delhi chief of the PFI, his residence was located, as well as several other locations where raids were conducted today early in the morning. The specifics of those raids are not, location of those raids have not been revealed by the investigative agencies because there are other legal processes which needs to be wrapped up. But the area from where the patrolling by the paramilitary forces started are the areas where round one of the crackdown had happened and round two
Amit, in fact, I'm going to come back to you for more on that story. For the moment, I'm thanking you because there is some news just coming in and we're going straight across to that. We'll cross straight to some news just coming in from the Delhi High Court. It's a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena as the Delhi High Court passes an interim injunction in his favor. The court has directed the AAP leaders to take down alleged defamatory posts against the Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena. So these were posts that were doing the rounds, and Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, had objected to these posts. Now the court has said nothing doing, bring these posts down, and that they are defamatory in nature. It's a big win for the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, and it's a war, in his war really, against the Aam Aadmi Party. The governor had actually sued Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders, 5 of them, for defamation, seeking 2 crore rupees in damages as well. In fact, the governor had told the court that AAP, with a carefully planned motive, had made allegations against him to divert the attention of the people because action was being taken by the law enforcement agencies when it came to various issues like the liquor policy, for example. The governor had pressed civil defamation charges against the AAP leaders, and 5 of them, over their alleged accusations that he was involved in a scam during his previous tenure as a Khadi and Village Industries Commission chairman. Well, the story and much more going up on our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than Rs 5,000 every month. while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68% and then Punjab 61%.
are watching India Today.
Round 2 of mega anti-PFI raids. 8 states, 75 plus pan-India detentions. In fact, 170 people have been arrested. Another day, a big terror cleanup, sweeping raids on the Islamist Popular Front of India after suicide bomb plot. Radicalization, PFI protests erupt after this massive Countrywide crackdown. Karnataka, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Assam and Maharashtra. State cops join the ATS and the NIA and carry out these raids. Every indication that the Popular Front of India is headed right towards a possible nationwide ban. We're getting you all the details of that big story developing from across the country. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines in this edition. Massive crackdown against radical PFI. Multi-state raids are underway. Over 170 PFI members have been held across the country. No end in sight for Congress crisis in Rajasthan. Congress troubleshooter Kamal Nath speaks to Sonia Gandhi and also to Pilot Gehlot camp. Fight between Gehlot and Pilot escalates. Gehlot loyalists accuse Pilot of conspiracy. War of words continues. Gehlot to skip filing nomination for Congress top post amid Rajasthan implosion. Congress back to square one. Heavyweights, Khadge, Digvijay Singh, KC Venugopal, all of them likely to file nominations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Tokyo holding bilaterals with Japanese counterpart Kishida. Prime Minister Modi is paying tribute and attending former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral.
हमारी दोस्ती ने एक वैश्विक प्रभाव पैदा करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई, भारत और जापान की दोस्ती ने। और इस सब के लिए आज भारत की जनता अबे शान को बहुत याद करती है।
NASA's DART mission ends in success. Space agency intentionally crashes its $344 million spacecraft in asteroid crash aimed at testing spacecrafts as defense tool against future asteroids heading towards the Earth. Big story we are breaking at this hour, and this is for the first time. Supreme Court live over Shinde versus Uddhav proceedings. Watch arguments live for the first time. Historic first for the court proceedings happening right now. Shinde versus Uddhav war in Supreme Court. Listen in.
You find that expression. Now,
like the classical books on constitutional jurisprudence in India all mention that the expression political party has not been defined anywhere at all.
Correct. Actually, we know something.
First time it is in the symbols part, which predates 10th schedule.
Now see balance 2-1. Subject to the provisions of 4 and 5, again balance 3 is missing. A member of a house belonging to any political party, again the word any is used, shall be disqualified for being a member of the house if he has voluntarily given up membership of such political party, not the house. If you're asked an example, I belong to one party, I've been elected on the symbol of that party. I go with a leader of another party to the governor and say, meet him and say, please call the house for the purposes of determining who has the majority. Just give you an example. That act alone will visit me with consequences under 2-1. Plus, your lordship must.
Yes, it will go. Look at it from this angle. If there is a disciplinary proceeding against a member of a political party, if disciplinary proceedings against the member of a political party and the political party expels him, what is the bearing of that so far as his presence in the house? In Amar Singh, they said he sit only as an unattached member.
Yes, unattached.
So therefore, whatever happens in the political party will have no bearing on his position so far as the House is concerned. So he continues to sit as an MLA, but as an unattached member.
Yes.
So therefore, where does the convergence of symbols order and 10 schedule?
Well, that will not impact the symbols order at all.
No, I'm saying where does that will not impact.
Yes.
But political party's decision is not impacting 10 schedule. And his removal from the party.
Removal is not voluntary. This is the problem.
That's right. Yeah. But still his presence as a MLA continues.
Even if he's disassociated from the party, he doesn't have to follow the whip of the party because he's been thrown out. So he's not subject to any discipline of the party. Because Lordship will appreciate that when I am thrown out of the party, it's not my voluntary act.
Nalini Sharma is getting us more details on that story. Nalini, this is historic in the end of the day. The first time ever we have these live proceedings in front of us to get a sense of what really happens inside the court. Take us through the details, break this down for us as far as the proceedings are concerned.
Well, Sneha, this has no doubt been long time coming because if you remember, it was over almost 3.5 years back that the Supreme Court had passed the historic judgment where they had allowed for the live proceedings to go on, and now finally they have all of the system, all of the mechanisms in place to make it happen. And right now, the live streaming is being done for 3 separate courts, Court 1, Court 2 and Court 3. There are 3 constitution benches that are going to be hearing 4 crucial matters today, and all of these 4 matters are going to be live streamed. So if you can see that there are only 5 judges benches that are currently being live streamed. The normal cases that are listed between 2 and 3 judges benches are still not being live streamed, at least for the general public. But we are expecting for the Supreme Court to come through with detailed guidelines on exactly how the steps further is going to be. This is still in the trial, in the running phase. So it is still being worked out as we speak, but it is no doubt a big and a historic day today. The main matters to watch out for today that are being live streamed. First is, of course, the Maharashtra political crisis petitions that is currently being heard by the bench of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, the visuals of which are also on the screen right now. But along with that, there was also the case of the control of services between the Delhi government as well as the centre, which has been pending in the Supreme Court for a long time. It's been pending before a constitution bench, and today it's finally been decided that day-to-day hearing in the matter is going to be conducted from the 9th of November, which is going to be open for public viewing on YouTube as well as on the NIC platform that is hosting all of the Supreme Court hearings that are happening right now. Along with this, there are 2 other cases. One is the case regarding the 103rd constitutional amendment that had allowed for 10% reservation for economically weaker sections, which is currently being heard by the bench headed by the Chief Justice of India. It's again a 5-judge bench. And the 4th case that is being live streamed today is that of the validity of the All India Bar Examination, through which the lawyers are brought into the mainstream after they pass out of law colleges. So these are the 4 cases that are currently being heard by 5 judges benches. There is no doubt that it's a big historic day because for the first time, the general public has been able to view the arguments that are going on live in the Supreme Court. It's being done with a 30-second deferment is what we are given to understand. The live streaming versus the arguments, there's a 30-second deferred time period between that because the Supreme Court needs to be sure about exactly how they run through this entire trial phase so that at a later stage we can hopefully see all of the matters that are coming before the Supreme Court being live streamed on various platforms. The Supreme Court also made it clear that soon they'll be coming out with their own platform for live streaming of court proceedings because earlier there were some concerns raised regarding the copyright violations if all of this is done via YouTube. So all of this is still a work in progress. It's going to pan out as the days come forward. But for today, 4 cases by 5 judges benches are being live streamed. It's no doubt a historic day. Some very crucial cases regarding the political scenarios of the country and also constitutional questions are being taken up by the Supreme Court. And all of the viewers, the live links we are going to be sharing on our social media platforms as well. So all of the viewers can tune in and watch the Supreme Court proceedings live today.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, isn't it, Nalini? For those who have in fact been wanting to look at the proceedings, hear the proceedings, and many of them who want to be a part of these proceedings. We all know what a logistical nightmare it is to even get access to any of the courts as far as even your own matter is concerned. We're going back once again to these proceedings.
Expression condoned by such political party, not by a member of the House or public. Well, that's kindly. appreciate it this way. Legislative members of a political party function within the overall control of the political party. They are representatives of the party. They are not independent of that party. So the political party will then communicate to the chief whip, condone what he did. I mean, he didn't vote for us, doesn't matter. We don't want to take any action against him. Or he didn't come for voting, doesn't matter. It happens many a times. But there's an umbilical cord link between the member of the legislature and the political party. They're not separate issues. There are issues that your lordships will have to decide, which is what I said, Manoj, ultimately those decisions will have to be taken by your lordships. In the overall context, it can't possibly be, assuming Manoj, your lordships were to, your lordships were to allow the election commission to go on, proceedings to go on. Some decision is taken, let's assume that. And in the meantime, Manoj, these proceedings take place and he is disqualified. What's the consequence? These are issues of great moment for our democracy. Can we see, Madam? Explanation. This is also important. Explanation for the purposes of this subparagraph means an elected member of a house shall be deemed to belong to the political party, if any, by which he was set up as a candidate for election as such member. He can't say that I am a different faction now. He can't say that.
Okay, truly fascinating. The court has begun to live stream its constitution bench proceedings from today, and the hearing of pleas challenging reservation for the economically weaker sections, also the control over services between the centre and the Delhi government. These are some issues, including the Maharashtra political controversy, the political row between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray. Nalini is back with us. For more on that, Nalini, take us to the details of the proceedings right now in court. You did mention that there are quite a few live proceedings that we'll see over several matters. What exactly are those matters going to be?
Well, Sneha, like you just pointed out, currently what we are seeing on our screens is Kapil Sibal making the arguments on behalf of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena before the Supreme Court in all of the petitions that are pending regarding the Maharashtra political crisis. Now, if we just rewind a little bit and go back to what had happened during July when the court was still off for the summer vacations, when all of these urgent matters had come up when the Maharashtra government was falling down, at that time, what the Supreme Court had said is that this entire issue requires larger constitutional questions. Because remember, there was no defection that had actually happened between the Shiv Sena in this case. There was rather a split between the party where both the factions today are claiming that they are in fact the real Shiv Sena. So in a case like this, exactly how things go about is still not clear from the point of view of how the 10th schedule or the anti-defection law stands. So that is precisely why the Supreme Court had said that this is a question that requires larger constitutional consideration, and the matter was listed before a 5-judge bench. And before the 5-judge bench is where you see the arguments happening right now, where senior advocate Kapil Sibal is currently making arguments on behalf of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, along with Mahesh Chetmalani and Neeraj Kishan Kaul, who are both going to be arguing on behalf of Eknath Shinde camp. But apart from the Maharashtra political crisis, which is of course going to be the highlight of the day, there were a few other cases that are also coming up, which are also going to be live streamed, that also consider crucial questions regarding constitutional validities. The first, of course, is as to whether or not the 10% reservation that is currently granted to the economic weaker sections in government jobs as well as government colleges and schools, should that be allowed to continue to go on or not? Because the constitutional validity of the 103rd Amendment Act that had brought in this 10% reservation is itself in question. And this is a matter that is currently being heard by a bench headed by the Chief Justice of India. It's again a 5-judge constitutional bench because it requires constitutional considerations, and the live streaming of that is also happening right now on YouTube as well as the NIC webcast. Along with that, there is also two more cases. One is, of course, regarding the Delhi government versus the centre, the long-standing battle over the issue of control of services. Who really controls administrative services in Delhi? Is it the Delhi government or is it the central government? Is a question that is currently being considered. And what the Supreme Court has decided is day-to-day hearings are going to happen in this matter from the 9th of November. And all the submissions are supposed to be filed by the 1st of November. Apart from this, the last case that is being live streamed today is regarding the validity of the All India Bar Examination and whether or not that should be allowed to go on. So 3 benches of 5 judges each live streaming 4 important cases today. It's a historic day. For the first time, viewers across the country, irrespective of whether or not they are in the national capital, can actually see what's going on in the highest court of the country. Something that pre-COVID we would not have even thought this was possible. But thanks to the technological advancements that the Indian judiciary has had to make during the time of COVID, this we can finally see happening. It comes 4 years after the judgment was passed by the Supreme Court where live streaming was allowed. But better late than never, I would say, because finally the Supreme Court is live streaming its proceedings. Only certain cases for now, but in the coming days, hopefully we'll see this expand and we'll see more and more cases from the top court being live streamed.
Nalini, I'm thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that. Truly fascinating live pictures from Supreme Court of India. This is the Constitution bench, where Kapil Sibal right now is arguing for Uddhav Thackeray. This is the controversy between Uddhav Thackeray Sena faction and the Eknath Shinde Sena faction. Some news just coming in. It's a big win for the Delhi Lieutenant Governor in the war against AAP Netas, with the Delhi High Court barring Aam Aadmi Party Netas from defaming the Lieutenant Governor. AAP Netas have been asked to take down all the defamatory tweets and the content put out on social media and elsewhere. The Lieutenant Governor, V.K. Saxena, had sued 5 AAP Netas over defamation. AAP accused the Delhi LG of the Khadi boat scam. Delhi High Court has found the Netas' tweets defamatory in nature. Anisha is getting asked more details on that story. Civil, in fact, a case was filed. A defamatory case was filed against the AAP leaders, essentially, with, after these posts were put out, essentially, Anisha. The AAP leaders have been sued. Will they also be now required to pay up? What has really happened in court? Tell us more about that.
Well, at the moment, what we have is an interim order from the High Court of Delhi. Remember, the LG had said, has asked for damages as well, has asked for a fine to be imposed on these AAP Netas for the defamatory tweets. But at the moment, because this petition was filed, because this defamation suit was filed just last week, today was the first interim order that has come, where the court has said that seems to be some sort of prima facie case that Mr. Vinay Sena has been able to make out, and that is why the tweets that have been put on social media, the social media posts that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, those have been directed to be taken down. Remember, this is defamation cases tend to take a long time for a detailed hearing. Whether or not the Aam Aadmi Party and its netas will have to pay damages to the LG is something that will have to be argued out before the court over the next several weeks and months. But for now, the court has passed interim orders in the IA seeking immediate stop, the takedown orders for the social media posts. So now all the tweets and social media posts that have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party raising allegations against the Delhi LG about his alleged involvement in the KVIC scam and what they are calling the KVIC scam, where money was apparently diverted, contracts were
Yes,
given.
Anisha.
All of that information will have to be taken down from social media by the Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, Anisha Mathur getting us those details as far as relief to Delhi Lieutenant Governor is concerned. The Aam Aadmi Party has been asked to pull down all the controversial tweets and the defamatory content against the governor. Some news coming in. This again has got to do with the Popular Front of India. The protests against raids In Karnataka's Ramnagar, the kin of the arrested Popular Front of India operatives hold a protest. So we've seen protests in fact break out across the country when it comes to these raids and detentions, and there have been several preventive detentions as well. Remember the last time around these raids were being conducted, there were disruptions from many members of the Popular Front of India and also their family members. Now again in Ramanagara, in Karnataka, the outskirts of Bengaluru, there are protests that are being held against this crackdown of the Popular Front of India. Kin of the arrested PFI operatives hold these protests. Karnataka State Police are carrying out raids against the Islamic outfit, the Popular Front of India, across several districts in the state. Raids are being carried out in 13 districts including Mangaluru, Bangalore and Chitradurga. More than 75 PFI and Social Democratic Party of India workers have been taken into preventive custody. Home Minister of Karnataka has said state police is also arresting those who created trouble during the last raids on Thursday. Over 100 PFI members and people connected with them have been arrested by the ED, by the NIA and state police in different cases.
Across 30 districts and commissionerates, PFI members have been picked up and have been produced in front of the Tahsil House to judicial custody. What is your take on it that almost on every 3 days basis there is a raid on PFI?
See, we don't know because the government has not come out with a clear statement as to what is the reason behind the raids. So if the raids justify with some activities which are harming the society or the country, then we have no issues. But if it is political, then we should be a little cautious and comment. The country needs to be protected. The country comes first. Any interest against the country will not be tolerated. And whether there somebody gets directly involved in terror activities and try to weaken the country, or like RSS and Sangh Parivar, which try to insert poison in the society and divide the society so that the country becomes weakened. So we are against any attempts to divide the society, to divide the people, to bring discord in the country. And the only way to unite the country is through peace and harmony. Only way to unite the country is through dialogue and negotiation.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 35-40 ಜನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್, ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಿದೆ ಸರ್?
ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಟ್ ಎ ಟೈಮ್ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಸರ್? ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ 50-60 ಹೋಗಂಗೆ
ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು. ಅದರ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ,
ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಯಾರು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ PFI ನ ಇದಿದ್ದು ಅವರು ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇವರಿಂದ ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕಳೆದಿಡಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಅನುಮಾನ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಸ್ಟಡಿಗ ಸರ್ ಕೇಳತ್ತಾವು?
ಅದು ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಹತ್ರ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ.
Raids across several locations in Karnataka. We're getting you these pictures of raids being carried out. Several people connected with the Popular Front of India have been detained. Pictures coming in from Bidar, Kalburgi, Mangaluru, Kolar, Gadag, Belagavi and Chamrajnagar. Also protests in Ramnagar by the family members of those members of the Popular Front of India who have been arrested. Sagai Raj is getting us more details on that story. Several districts, Sagai, have been raided by the authorities. First of all, tell us about these protests that have broken out in Ramnagar. Is there a law and order situation there?
As of now, there is no law and order situation, but the family members of PFI supporters and leaders are protesting on the streets. We have seen a protest in Ramnagar, we have also seen a protest in Mandya, and we have also seen a protest in other parts of district following the arrest which was being made in the wee hours by the police. Remember, this is a preventive action report arrest which was being made by the police, and they have not filed any FIR. They will be produced in front of Tehsildar, where these PFI activists and leaders have to give a surety in a bond saying that they will not get involved in any kind of violence, they will not get involved in any kind of protest or anything against the society which can spoil the peace and harmony of the society. So once they give this particular surety, the police will take a call whether they will be let free or they will be still under the custody. As of now, it is an operation by the police, a preventive operation according to preventive action report, where they have already collected against all these people. Remember, there were certain incidents which were being reported from Tamil Nadu and Kerala, where a petrol bomb was hurled at one of the RSS workers' resident. Following that, this is a precautionary raid or a crackdown by the police to ensure that there is no law and order situation in the state of Karnataka.
All right, I'm thanking you for the moment, Zagaraj, getting us all of those details on PFI raids and also protests that have broken out. More news coming in. Curbs in parts of Delhi after swiping raids on the Popular Front of India. Bar on protests, candle marches near Jamia University. Section 144 has been imposed in Southeast Delhi for 2 months. Stern warning to Jamia students against trouble mongering. So students in Jamia University have been asked to in fact not hold any candle marches. Now also Section 144 has been imposed, which means that people more than number in 5 can't gather in a location. It's a bar on protest and candle marches near the Jamia University, a precautionary measure given that several protests have erupted in the past as well. Pictures coming in from Shaheen Bagh also, where offices have been sealed of the Popular Front of India and several detentions, preventive detentions, have taken place. Many people have been arrested as well, those who are associated with the Popular Front of India. Amit Bhardwaj is in Shaheen Bagh, getting us more details on that. So some preventive steps being taken by the police there. Example is imposition of Section 144. Amit.
Well, Sneha, it is a coincidence Sneha, whether it is a coincidence or well planned out strategy that needs to be read out here. Today, round 2 of crackdown on the PFI network was carried out, and obviously Shaheen Bagh Jamia was also focus of these raids which were conducted, and nearly what we are learning from our sources is that nearly 30 individuals were actually detained in the midnight raids that were conducted across the country as well as in the national capital. And in fact, after the raids were concluded, you know, in order to maintain law and order situation in the neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh, a patrol march was carried out by the paramilitary forces as well as Delhi police Jawans. They started this patrol march from the Shaheen Bagh police station, and after that, coming out of the lanes of Shaheen Bagh, this particular patrol march came to the Kalindi Park area, where right now the paramilitary Jawans as well as Delhi police Jawans are stationed. And the whole idea of carrying out this patrol march to make sure that the law and order situation is maintained in these neighborhoods. Now remember, as we were mentioning, how protests had broke out in state of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala. In fact, in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, these protests were had turned out aggressive and violent. And that is why the law enforcement agencies are up on their toes right now. And as far as the Shaheen Bagh neighborhood and Southeast Delhi neighborhoods are concerned, there's a notification issued by the Delhi police. Section 144 has been imposed in these neighborhoods from 19th of September. So 3 days before the massive crackdown on the PFI network began in the country, Section 144 was imposed in the neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh, Jamia as well as Southeast Delhi, which also means that no protest can be carried out in these pockets. No candle march, no marches, no protest can be carried out by civil activists, by the students. And in fact, Jamia Millia Islamia has now issued a notification to its students asking them to make sure that they do not assemble for any sort of protest outside the Jamia Millia Islamia complex. And if they do, whatever action Delhi police takes, it will be the responsibility of students who would be assembling for the protest march. Now, that particular notification has been issued, notice has been issued in the wake of the Section 144 being imposed. In the wake, the university officials must have anticipated the way PFI network is being raided and the crackdown is being carried out by the central agencies. There are possibilities that students might protest. In fact, the student wings of Jamaat-e-Islami such as SIO had already issued public statements, raising their concerns about the crackdown, saying that they are disgruntled over this crackdown. And that is why you have Jamia Millia Islamia telling a student not to protest and Section 144 being imposed and paramilitary force stationed in neighborhoods of Shaheen Bagh right now. Back to you.
All right, I'm thanking you, Amit. We'll come back to you for more on that story. And staying with us, as the clamour for a ban on radical outfit, the Popular Front of India grows, there has been a massive pan-India crackdown across Delhi, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat today on all members who created ruckus after the NIA crackdown a few days ago. Now in Delhi city, 30 PFI members have been detained. In Karnataka, 60 have been detained. In other states, raids are underway. PFI leaders and members are being detained with the numbers standing at over 170 arrests so far. Meanwhile, raids taking place across Delhi, security vigil has been heightened. In Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area, where Section 144 has also been imposed in the nearby Jamia University, with students being warned that candle marches and protests are not going to be allowed.
Several pockets of the country had witnessed violent protests by the PFI members, including those located in Tamil Nadu. And this time around, when the round 2 crackdown on the PFI and its associated organizations were carried out by the NIA and in several other states on the inputs of NIA by the investigative agencies of the states, the police, the local police was up on the toes to make sure there is no disturbance to law and order situation, and that is why in several pockets of Delhi, the Delhi police was alert. And as far as Shaheen Bagh locality is concerned, neighborhood is concerned, where the PFI's national headquarters is located, which was the epicenter of the anti-CA and anti-NRC protests, right there in those neighborhoods today, early in the morning, the paramilitary forces carried out a patrolling march to send across a message that the law enforcement agencies are actually on alert mode and any attempt to disturb law and order will not be tolerated. With video journalist Anurag, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
And now to some political reactions on this massive pan-India crackdown of the Popular Front of India.
पीएफआई के नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। पूरी प्रदेश में सतर्कता बढ़ा दी गई है। लोग सर्विलांस में हैं। हम किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में गैरकानूनी गतिविधियों को अनुमति नहीं देंगे। हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे। उसी के तहत लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है।
पीएफआई जो है वो आईएसआई की प्रॉक्सी बन गई है और अल-कायदा की परछाई। और आज की तारीख में जिस तरह से मुल्क में बिखराव टकराव पैदा करने, उन्माद पैदा करने, देश के सौहार्द को तोड़ने के षड्यंत्र और साजिशों में उससे जुड़े हुए लोगों का हाथ दिखाई पड़ रहा है। ना वो मुल्क के हित में है, ना तो मज़हब के हित में है और ना मानवता के हित में है। ये लोग जो है वो मुल्क, मज़हब और मानवता के दुश्मन हैं और ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ जो भी कड़े से कड़े कानूनी प्रावधान है उनके तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
आश्चर्य इस बात का है कि जो दावा कर रही है पीएफआई को लेकर के एनआईए या भारत सरकार या गृह मंत्रालय, उसको अभी तक प्रतिबंधित क्यों नहीं किया। ये आश्चर्य की बात है। और एक बात साफ है कि देश के अंदर घृणा और नफरत, हेट फैलाने वाली जो जमातें हैं जो बढ़ती जा रही हैं और हर धर्म में वो बढ़ती जा रही हैं, इन सब पर जो है सख्ती के साथ जो है अंकुश लगना चाहिए, नहीं तो देश की स्थिति जो है वो अच्छी नहीं मानी जाएगी।
Let's talk about the Popular Front of India suicide bombing plot, and these details are from Maharashtra. On target, RSS headquarters in Nagpur is what we are learning. BJP RSS heavyweights were on target as well. What about the modus operandi? Recce, do that. Also, data harvesting. Suicide bombing was one of the modus operandi as well. That's what they wanted to do. These are sources within the Maharashtra ATS speaking to India Today. Now, from Tamil Nadu to Kerala, radical outfit has gone on a violent rampage. And their target, RSS and BJP functionaries. We've been seeing a pattern in the kind of attacks that are being reported. These attacks have transitioned into blatant calls for violence from another radical outfit, the SDPI. The BJP has denounced these targeted attacks, but the DMK remains defiant. Here's a detailed report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shivi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Second round of raids being conducted by the NIA and also the state police as well as the ATS on several units. How the Popular Front of India, members of the PFI, have been detained across the country. We're getting these pictures from all the states, Karnataka, Delhi, Assam, Maharashtra, where these raids are undergoing right now. It's time for a quick commercial break. News continues in just a minute.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is
optics. Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance speech that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Some news just coming in after hectic developments over 2 days, Sunday and Monday. Gehlot camp has adopted a wait and watch policy is what we're learning. Gehlot camp believes ball is now in the High Command's court. If the High Command takes adverse action against Gehlot and his band of loyalists based on the report by the Observer, Mallikarjun Kharge and in charge Ajay Maken, then it is going to decide on its next course of action, is what we are learning, and it does appear that they're ready for that. Remember the observers who were sent to Rajasthan, Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken have submitted their report to Sonia Gandhi, the interim Congress president, on the developments in the state of Rajasthan and churning really within the Congress party. Devankur has more details on that. Dave, in fact, we are picking up also, and do give us more details on that, the kind of communication that has happened between Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi or New Delhi in that sense. Are they now really prepared for action? Dave, if you can hear me. Dave, in fact, I was asking you if you can hear me on what next as far as Ashok Gehlot is concerned. Are they waiting and are they expecting some sort of disciplinary action against them? Apologize for that. We'll of course connect with Dave in a few moments from now, as that continues to be one of our top focus stories. And staying with the desert storm, the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan refuses to die down. All eyes are now on the Congress High Command. Sources tell us that his faction, Gehlot's faction, has adopted a wait-and-watch policy. The Gehlot camp will now only decide the next course of action if the Congress High Command decides to take any adverse action against Gehlot and his loyalists.
दिया वो दिन भी मुझे याद है, मैं तब भी मिनिस्टर था और अशोक गहलोत जी और हम सब मिनिस्टर जमीन पर बैठ गए। हमने घेराव किया गवर्नर साहब का, नाश्ता अंदर नहीं आने दिया, पानी अंदर नहीं आने दिया। लोग 8 घंटे तक एमएलए और चीफ मिनिस्टर खुद बिना पानी के बैठे रहे। बाद में पुलिस वालों का और गवर्नर स्टाफ का, जब गवर्नर साहब ने मना कर दिया, झगड़ा हुआ, बाद में पानी और नाश्ता अलाउड हुआ। लोगों ने वो षड्यंत्र, वो झूठ, वो पाप देखा है। आज यदि डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में आप मुझे ये बताइए, वोट से केंद्र की सरकार बनती है, वो जीतते हैं, वोट में तो बीजेपी की बनती है, राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की बनती है। पूरे देश में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने संघर्ष किया, पंडित नेहरू, महात्मा गांधी जी, बाबा साहब सब ने मिलकर, तब डेमोक्रेसी लागू हुई और वोट से फैसले होने लगे। मैं ये कह रहा हूं, चलिए वो विद्रोह करके गए, उनके खिलाफ एमएलए हैं, उसके बाद भी नंबर डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम से ही तो होगा काम। 102 एमएलए चाहते हैं, बोले इनके हिसाब से मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनना चाहिए, 19 के हिसाब से बनना चाहिए। ऐसा माहौल बनाया गया है या नहीं मुझे पता नहीं। तो वो 102 एमएलए चाहते हैं हमारे में से कोई चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, यदि अशोक गहलोत जी दिल्ली जा रहे हैं तो। ये माहौल, उन्होंने अशोक गहलोत जी से भी झगड़ा किया। अपने परिवार में यदि कोई एमएलए अपनी बात कहता है, अपने प्रभारियों से कहता है, तो ये विद्रोह नहीं है। सोनिया गांधी जी को कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता मां के बराबर सम्मान देता है देश में, और सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर ही तो 10 वर्ष तक मनमोहन सिंह जी प्रधानमंत्री रहे, 10 वर्ष तक कांग्रेस ने चुनाव जीता। तो आज कांग्रेस राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी की तरफ देख रही है, और कांग्रेस मजबूत होनी चाहिए। बगावत करने का वक्त है बीजेपी के खिलाफ, लड़ने का वक्त है बीजेपी। हमारे आपस में लड़ाई नहीं होनी चाहिए ना।
लेकिन सर, जो बात आप कह रहे हैं, इसी समर्थन, इसी शक्ति को दिखाने के लिए विधायक दल की बैठक से पहले जो एक प्री बैठक 5 बजे हुई, वही बैठक कुल मिलाकर लगता है आपको कि
जो राजस्थान में हो उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? अब जो धीरे धीरे एमएलए है वो कह रहे हैं कि हाईकमांड का जो डिसीजन फाइनल रहेगा, लेकिन हाईकमांड भी बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हो गई है इस मामले में।
अब इसमें तो मैं समझता हूँ कि राजस्थान के प्रभारी महामंत्री और केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ही इसमें कोई निर्णय ले पाएगा।
जो नए नाम आ रहे हैं उसमें आपका नाम भी आ रहा है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष की रेस के लिए, तो क्या मैं अगले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष से बात कर रही हूँ?
अभी जो फैसला करेंगे देखो 30 तारीख तक।
कैसे देख रहे हैं आप जो सिचुएशन बन रही है राजस्थान में, क्योंकि उसकी वजह से बीजेपी आप लोगों में काफ़ी हमलावर हो गई है। वो कह रहे हैं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से ज़्यादा तो आपको कांग्रेस जोड़ो यात्रा करनी चाहिए।
भाजपा अपनी चिंता करे, हम लोगों की चिंता छोड़ दें और देश की चिंता ज़्यादा करें। जिस प्रकार से हम लोगों के जो मुद्दे हैं उस पर बहस करें ना, उस पर अपने विचार रखें, लेकिन केवल आलोचना करने से देश की समस्या का हल नहीं होगा।
देखिए, इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है कि राजस्थान में इन 4 सालों में मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है और पिछले 5 साल के टर्म में जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है, भूतो न भविष्यतो, आज से पहले कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं कर सका है। आज तक के कार्यकाल में 75 साल देश को आज़ाद हुए हुए हो गए, तो इसमें तो कोई बात ही नहीं है।
राजस्थान की जनता की जो उम्मीद है वो उम्मीद अशोक गहलोत साहब के ऊपर है और इतना सुलझा हुआ व्यक्ति कहीं मिलेगा नहीं, इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ उनको राजस्थान के मुखिया के रूप में रहना चाहिए और देश तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनना है तो देश तो उनको संभालना चाहिए।
Yes, now listening to Sachin Pilot's last interview before the Rajasthan crisis unfolded.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win, but that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger. We're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting. It may not be comfortable for some because some people, don't want to move out of the comfort zones. So we have to make sure that we change with positivity. But those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together. That decision is with the party, and even the BJP or any other party, sometimes they announce depending on the circumstances, but usually the Congress party doesn't announce a face that so-and-so will be chief minister, because it's a collective effort. And then whoever the legislative members of the party decide becomes the leader and the person becomes chief minister. This rivalry issue, it's also because we have strong leaders, right? The BJP, for example, all the diktat comes from outside the state, right? So it's not the state leaders have any role to play. They've been told what to do, and the selection happens very in ambiguous fashion. So I'm not at all that worried about who will get what position. It's the party has to win, but perhaps I think a better alignment of 2 generations is what we require to do moving forward, and then have a cohesive sort of a coming together of 2 forces, and that will be formidable. Frankly, I don't know personally, but yes, I know that in Rajasthan we have a government which is a Congress government. In the last 30 years, we've seen a flip every 5 years. So it's a BJP government, then a Congress government. It's time we break that tradition and have a repeat of the Congress government. History will repeat itself. If you don't do something different to reach out and to make sure we have a serious attempt at winning people's blessings again in next year, December. I was the president of the Congress party for 5 years when we were in opposition. Out of 200 seats, BJP had 163, we had 21. And 5 years we were in opposition, a very meager strength in the assembly. But every single day of those 5 years, I was on the ground, dharna, padarshan, bhukh hartal, lathi charge, padyatras, rallies, what have you. And we kept the government on its toes, made it accountable inside the assembly and outside. So as a political party, you have to do what job people expect you to do.
Okay, you can find that interview and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. That's it from me for the moment. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
We note India and Brazil in particular as key international actors and worthy candidates for permanent membership within the Council. Great potential is possessed by such organizations as the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, SCO, and ASEAN. The United States now have the goal of subjugating the Asian areas. At the June summit of NATO in Madrid, the self-proclaimed defensive alliance declared the indivisible security of Euro-Atlantic and India and Pacific. And under the slogan of India-Pacific strategies, closed formats are being created, and they undermine what has been built on the ASEAN for decades, namely an open and inclusive regional architecture. Strict abiding with universal norms of international law to counterbalance unilateral approaches, and we call upon everyone to join in.
它呢可以大大的节约人力，可以节省我们这个核酸检测人员的劳动强度，同时呢，它也大大提高了安全性和准确性。它结合它的视觉算法呢，能精准的找到人的口腔和核酸检测的地方，而且呢，利用它的触控和力控系统呢，也能很轻柔、很敏捷的触碰到人的核酸检测的点。
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without realizing,
they actually want to call me Buddha, but
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco, download the app now.
Watching India Today, I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Massive crackdown against radical PFI. Multi-state raids currently underway. Over 170 PFI members held across the nation. No end in sight to Congress crisis in Rajasthan. Congress troubleshooter Kamal Nath meets with Sonia Gandhi, speaks to Pilot Gehlot camp. Fight between Gehlot and Pilot escalates. Gehlot loyalists accuse Pilot of conspiracy. War of words continue. And Gehlot to skip filing nomination for Congress top post amid Rajasthan implosion. Congress back to square one now. Heavyweights of the party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh, K.C. Venugopal, all likely to file their nominations for Congress president. Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo holds bilateral talks with Japanese counterpart Kishida. Prime Minister Modi pays tributes to former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, attends his state funeral. And NASA's DART mission ends in success. Space agency intentionally crashes its $344 million spacecraft. An asteroid crash aimed at testing spacecrafts as defense tool against future asteroid heading towards the Earth. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari discuss India, the importance of managing a responsible relationship with India and addressing the debt issue with China so that Pakistan can recover more quickly from the impact of a devastating floods, were the key focus of the talks. Here's big news that we're currently tracking. We see that United States, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari are discussing India and how both nations must indulge in a responsible relationship, addressing debt issue also with China so that Pakistan can recover more quickly from the impact of a devastating floods. That's been the key focus. Gaurav Sawant to elaborate for us on what's the agenda of this talk. Gaurav, a quick word from you as India has been discussed specifically and how there should be a responsible relationship between the two nations. Pakistan and United States having this discussion. Tell us more. Where is this talk being held?
So this discussion was held at the Foggy Bottom, which is the U.S. State Department headquarters. Bilawal Bhutto is in the United States of America, and Bilawal Bhutto met Antony Blinken. The two of them talked about a number of issues. One, $56.6 million worth of flood relief and assistance that the United States will give to Pakistan, considering Pakistan is completely, devastated by these floods. And Pakistan realizes it doesn't have any more money to either for relief, rehabilitation, or even for recovery. That is why it's seeking international assistance. You'd recall a point that was made by Bilawal Bhutto that no assistance was forthcoming from India. And that is because India's point, according to sources, had been that Pakistan hadn't sought any assistance from India. Pakistan has tied itself in knots after Article 370 action by the Indian Parliament on the 5th of August 2019. And Pakistan said unless 370 is restored, there will be no engagement with India. And there is no question of restoration of 370. That's very clear. So now Pakistan doesn't know how to get out of this situation because it desperately requires a lot of assistance, including something as basic as vegetables, which can easily be provided by India. But for that, Pakistan will have to stop aid to terror. So Pakistan is trying to get the United States to broker some kind of conversation with India. And India's always, as you well know, Nabila made it very clear that Pakistan needs to take action against India-centric terror, which includes action against Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar for the attack on the Indian Parliament, for Pulwama, for 26/11, for Pathankot, for Gurdaspur. And until Pakistan does that, there is no question of restoration of dialogue with Pakistan unless visible, credible and irreversible action is taken against India-centric terror, Nabila.
Gaurav, thank you very much for joining us on that. United States and Pakistan discussing India and how two nations must hold a responsible relationship, and a lot more that Pakistan's discussed on its debt and how to overcome their flood crisis.
This is today's biggest news break. super swoop crackdown on PFI. Decks being cleared for a ban now on PFI. Government says enough on extremist outfit. Historic concerted action against dubious organization. They fueled fires on CAA, hijab, profit and more. Now PFI is government's internal enemy number one. Will PFI be banned?
All right, here's some big news coming in. High-level meet on the PFI currently underway in Home Ministry's office. Home Secretary chairs a meeting with the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate and IB chiefs. Remember, you had the NIA carrying out one of the most massive crackdown, which they call the anti-terror crackdown. Mostly PFI leaders were rounded up, almost 106 of them who were arrested. Now the Home Ministry carrying out a high-level meet, a top-level meet, discussing what should be done with the outfit. The PFI as an outfit has been called an extremist Islamic group, a hate group, which they suspect have been indulging in terror activities. At this point, we see a huge meeting that's currently underway. And this comes just amid the reports of the centre now mulling over whether or not to ban the PFI. All right, I'm cutting across to Prime Minister Modi in Japan. Live visuals coming in. He's all there to attend the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's state funeral. Prime Minister Modi currently in Japan. These are live visuals that we bring to you. Modi is joined by several global leaders to pay tributes to Shinzo Abe at his state funeral in Tokyo.
Of the Assembly of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, the former President of the Assembly of the Portuguese Republic. Laos People's Democratic Republic. Eswatini Kingdom of Eswatini. Solomon Shoto, Solomon Islands.
From Japan, Shinzo Abe's funeral, where Prime Minister Modi has arrived. These are visuals showing all the dignitaries there who are part of the state funeral for former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
Democratic Republic of the Congo. Malaysia, Uzbekistan. Chuka Jinmin Kyogakoku. People's Republic of China. Armenia Kyogakoku. Republic of Armenia. Czech Kyogakoku. Czech Republic. Oman Koku.
Stepping quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan, joins us for some more. Geeta, Shinzo Abe state funeral has been organized where we see all world leaders, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We get the live visuals there. A very sad day undoubtedly for Japan. Shinzo Abe, how he was assassinated, still leaves shivers down our spine. Today is a state funeral honoring him. Prime Minister Modi part of it. Tell us more.
Well, that's right. The funeral hall in Budokan, that's in Tokyo. You can see the visuals. More than 150 leaders of the world have gathered to pay tribute to Shinzo Abe, the architect of one of the most important security architecture in the region, particularly the Indo-Pacific Quad. Vice President of America, Kamala Harris, also in Tokyo, paying tribute along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The ceremony in itself shows the importance Shinzo Abe holds held as a world leader, not just for India, Japan, but also for global security and global peace. Somebody who actually saw the threat of an aggressive China very early on and wanted a security architecture. Today we are seeing the world come together to pay tribute to Shinzo Abe. This is in Tokyo, in Budokan. The hall that you see has been used for many very important occasions in Japan, but today is witnessing the funeral ceremony, a state ceremony for the former Prime Minister, late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also held bilateral meetings before the ceremony began, early in the morning with Prime Minister Kishida. And the words are telling when he spoke about his friend that he's lost, Shinzo Abe, because the kind of relations that we see with, between India and Japan are not just country-specific. It's also to do with leadership. And Prime Minister Modi and late Prime Minister Abe were very good friends. So for him, it certainly is a personal loss, and he conveyed that to Prime Minister Kishida. After the ceremony, Nabila, he is also going to go and meet Mrs. Abe and offer condolences to the wife of the late Prime Minister. So very, very somber moment, but also a moment where the world is waking up to the security threats that leaders face. And given the security threat, given that he was assassinated, today Tokyo is almost a fortress with all the leaders having descended upon the city. The security preparation for the ceremony in itself is unprecedented in Japan. Never seen like scenes of police security personnel deployment.
Right. Yeah, stay with us, Geeta. A quick word also coming in from Nancy Snow, Abe Fellow Fulbright Scholar, who's joining us from Tokyo. Nancy, appreciate your time. A quick word on this state funeral, as we still remember the way Shinzo Abe was assassinated. Today, Prime Minister Modi himself has landed along with other world leaders. How would you, being in Tokyo, look at this day?
I think it's a very, very important event. There are a lot of sideline bilateral meetings taking place. So this isn't just about mourning the terrible loss of Shinzo Abe, but also it's a coming together really of a United Nations of countries. And there's opportunity here for collaboration, for dialogue, for mutual interests. We're living in really tough times, economically, security-wise. And when dignitaries like this come together, it's all too rare, and you have to seize on this opportunity. So they will go from the state funeral to Akasaka Palace and meet Mrs. Abe, Prime Minister Kishida, and I hope these talks will be very fruitful in the end for all the parties involved.
Right, Nancy, when you mention talks, where do you think these talks would be directed towards? Between who will these talks be held? If you give us some clarity on that.
Well, let me give you an example. The quadrilateral security dialogue. There was a Tokyo summit to that effect, and this is the US, Japan, India, and Australia. So this is a dialogical process. It's not making treaties, but rather it is bringing together these four important countries in the region to talk about their common interests, economically, and culturally, educationally, socially, environmental issues, as well as sustainable development goals. There's a plethora of issues to talk about. So if I were part of any national party that was attending the state funeral, I would talk to as many people as possible. Keep in mind that Japan will be hosting the G7 next year in Hiroshima. Prime Minister Kishida really is coming out now with the Abe legacy by his side, and he has to move on a lot of issues. Economics always prevails along with security. We have this concept now of economic security together. But as one who works in education, I would like to see more educational ties. I would like to see some goals set to bring students together and have more person-to-person relations. That's what I hope for that comes out of this day.
Right. Nancy, stay with us. I also have Nupur Tiwari, who's joining us live from Tokyo, Japan. Nupur, soon as Prime Minister Modi arrived at Shinzo Abe's funeral, the state funeral, he did, of course, underline the immense contribution that Shinzo Abe had with building bilateral relationship between India and Japan. Today, with Prime Minister Modi's presence there, what does it really speak of?
That how close India and Japan is. We are definitely, historically, when we go back thousands of years, definitely spiritually, our history, it brings us together. But today, the modern India, modern Japan, we are very much close. And Mr. Abe's vision, it was Mr. Modi's vision, it was. And let me just give you an example. When Mr. Modi came to Japan, Mr. Abe took him to his another house. It's not for just having meeting. It shows that how much close you are with that person. He never took any world leader to his different house. This is in Japanese, this is called besho. And when you're really close with someone, you take the closest friend, you take to your besho. And the same goes to when Mr. Abe went to India, the Ganga Aarti, the spiritual thing, which Mr. Modi did with Mr. Abe, it really says that how close they were. Then our award also we gave to Mr. Abe, and it was Mr. Abe always believed that a strong India and strong Japan can bring peace to the world. And though Mr. Abe was not a prime minister, but he was always just like shadow. He was guiding Mr. Kishida. So he's not physically here, definitely, and this is a void which actually Mr. Kishida made him. I'm not saying he's insecure, of course not, but the guy, the spirit of someone who was guiding him, it's not there. Definitely, for a moment you feel a bit insecure. So today when Mr. Modi
on our screens here, just for a moment, if we can take a close look, that's Prime Minister Modi there, offering his condolences. Prime Minister Modi has arrived into Tokyo a little earlier today. As soon as he did, and he met with former Prime Minister, he met with the current Prime Minister Kishida, spoke about the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and his immense contribution in building bilateral ties between India and Japan. He's of course asked for strengthening that relationship after much of what Shinzo Abe had done. Prime Minister Modi particularly fond of Abe. Nupur, would you say that Shinzo Abe and Prime Minister Modi had a special relationship too?
व्यक्तित्व के लिहाज से दोनों बेहद जुड़े हुए, ऊष्मता और प्रगाढ़ता दोनों के व्यक्तित्व में एक दूसरे के साथ बहुत ज्यादा। जब भी हमने देखा, जरूरी नहीं कि जब शिंजो आबे प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी पर काबिज है तब, बल्कि जब वो नहीं भी थे तब भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से उनकी दोस्ती बेहद अलहदा। हमेशा से हमने देखा कि एशियाई मंचों पर कैसे उन्होंने एक संदेश दिया दोनों देशों को एक सूत्र में पिरोने का। पीपल टू पीपल कांटेक्ट की जब हम बात करते हैं, सांस्कृतिक विरासत का जब हम जिक्र करते हैं, हम बात करते हैं अनुसंधान की, हम बात करते हैं शोध की, हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की। यहाँ जिक्र टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर का भी हुआ, और कैसे, क्योंकि दोनों के बीच दोस्ती बेहद अहम और इतनी गहरी थी कि जिस वक्त ये हादसा हुआ शिंजो आबे के साथ, हमने एक बहुत बड़ा पोस्ट देखा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, जहां उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि
Right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, where he's seen offering his condolences, placing those flowers there, right at that state funeral, bidding goodbye to Japanese former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Very unfortunate assassination that took place a few months ago, and Prime Minister Modi has arrived along with other world leaders paying their condolences. Nancy joining us, who's the Abe Fellow Fulbright Scholar right from Tokyo. Nancy, a quick word. As we see, Shinzo Abe has been really the central focus here. He's basically been the man who's brought in the world leaders today. Even part of his funeral, you really see the number of them who have come from far and wide, only to be part of this state funeral. That's the special relationship he held with many of the world leaders, that he is really held responsible for defining foreign policy for Japan.
Absolutely. You state that very well. And what really strikes me about India and Japan, these are two major knowledge economies. And by that, I mean there is an entrepreneurial verge and vibrancy taking place in India. And likewise, we see Japan as a leader in research and technology transfer to bring these two countries together based on this personal relationship to really build on that. It's an extraordinary opportunity today. And I really appreciate your coverage showing not only the unification of the knowledge economy, but also spiritual values, the democratic values of these nations. Of course, I visited India. I had the great privilege to be there a few years ago. And I can see why Shinzo Abe felt so strongly on his visit to India as well. And let's not let this day pass without really building on the person-to-person relations, and especially among the young people, those young entrepreneurs. Both countries are really going to benefit from that.
Nancy, really appreciate your views on that. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, the live visuals that we bring to you. He's part of the state funeral to Shinzo Abe, former Prime Minister of Japan, who's gone young. Now, he's also going to be holding some talks with the current Prime Minister, Kishida. We're going to continue tracking those developments, but for now. On the other side of a short break, massive crackdown against radical PFI, multi-state raids that's currently underway. Over 170 PFI members now held across the nation. More details up next. Do stay tuned.
इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट आपको दे रहा है मौका देश के नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल के साथ पत्रकारिता के गुर सीखने का।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodayMediaInstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, here's some big breaking coming in from the state of Kerala amid reports of the centre planning to include Popular Front of India in the list of terror outfits. Kerala's ruling CPIM has said such a measure will not help eliminate activities of extremist organizations. In fact, CPIM State Secretary M.V. Govindan has argued that enforcing a ban on an extremist organization like the PFI will only strengthen communalism further. This is Kerala state government, the CPIM, who believes that this kind of crackdown on this extremist outfit like the PFI will only scale communalism within the country. Let's take a listen what he said.
ആരെങ്കിലും നിരോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം ഒരു തീവ്രവാദ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തെയും ഇല്ലാതെ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. മാത്രമല്ല രണ്ടെണ്ണം പരസ്പരമായിട്ട് ഏറ്റുമുട്ടുന്ന ഒരു നാട്ടിൽ ഒരു രാജ്യത്ത് അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തെ മാത്രം നിരോധിക്കാൻ പുറപ്പെട്ടാൽ ആ നിരോധനത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന അതിന്റെ അനന്തരഫലം കൂടുതൽ വർഗീയത രൂപപ്പെടുകയും ശക്തിപ്പെടുകയുമാണ് ചെയ്യുക.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Shibi Mol, our reporter joining us from Kerala. Shibi, a quick word. CPIM has sent a message out as he makes a public speech there. Govindan says if this is the way the NIA believes in cracking down on terrorist elements, then this is possibly not the best way to do so. He says that this will only further communalism if this is how the NIA plans to deal with extremist organizations like the PFI. Tell us a little more in what context he said it. Where did he make that statement?
Well, Nabila, M.B. Govindan, CPIM State Secretary, was addressing a crowd at the trade union event yesterday in Thiruvananthapuram. That's when he made these remarks. So he said that he was referring to all the raids, the NIA crackdown that took place on Friday, and he was saying that unlike in other in Kerala, the state police was not involved in the raids. So he said that neither the government nor the state police was informed of the raids. Remember, we know in many states, state police were also a part of the raids, like along with NIA and ED. But in Kerala, only NIA and ED were involved, and the state police was not involved. And he was like, they had found certain details and evidences. We don't want to get into all that, but I personally, in fact, went on to say we have a clear stand on this. There are discussions taking place on whether extremist organizations like STPI should be banned after these raids. But our stand is very clear on this. It's a country where two extremist organizations existing for minorities and majorities are fighting against each other. So banning one part of it will not help. It will only further communalism in the country, is what M.V. Govindan goes on to say. And he says that this is an RSS. This is what RSS also want, because the BJP leaders in the state was always blaming the Kerala government because they didn't take any action. They allowed this communalism to take place in Kerala, is what M.V. Govindan goes on to say. And he said that this is, in fact, even before this also, it's not the first time M.V. Govindan has made remarks regarding communalism and majority and minority part of it. He has earlier also said that majority communalism was more dangerous than minority communalism. So the CPIM State Secretary, remember he's a CPIM State Secretary, he holds the biggest position when it comes to CPIM in the state, the ruling front in the state, and that's when he has come out and made this statement that banning one outfit will not help, banning a part of it will not help. This is what the majority, that is referring to RSS here, and says that that's what they want. They want communalism spread in India. So banning one will not help, is what M.V. Govindan said.
Shibi, thank you very much for joining us on that. That's our reporter there, giving us an understanding on what the CPIM leader Govindas has said, clearly stating that banning just the PFI is something what the RSS particularly want. In fact, Shibi, if you can again reiterate for us with clarity, where was this speech made? The CPIM leader clearly doesn't seem to be welcoming on the NIA raids. And like you mentioned, was the CPIM government in Kerala completely caught off guard when the NIA conducted this crackdown? Because we know that there was huge police force that was involved to carry out these raids simultaneously across about 13 states. So was the CPIM really indeed caught unaware? Before I go to Shibi, I'm going to quickly cut across BJP leader KJ Alphonse joining us on the phone line. Mr. Alphonse, a quick word. CPIM says that the way the government has cracked down on one extremist outfit like the PFI, this is only going to further scale communalism in the country. It's not going to really nip the problem in the bud. It's probably going to aggravate it further. And this is precisely what the RSS wants. They want one outfit like the PFI to be killed so that they can spread communalism and enjoy it growing stronger.
So finally, the cat is out of the bag. See, I've been arguing all along that the ruling dispensation in Kerala, that is the CPM, the communists, have been feeding these people with milk and honey, the fundamentalists, the extremists. So they are completely out of control. And now the statement of the State Secretary, Mr. Govindan, very categorically, the conclusion from that, what he says is that very simple, we are the patrons of these organizations. Don't touch them. I think this is completely ridiculous. How can the party chief of the state where they're governing say this? I mean, everybody knows, including the Kerala High Court has said that the PFI is an extremist organization. Their action after the crackdown proves beyond doubt. I mean, the attacks on the state, the properties, the amount of property that has been destroyed. So it's a war against people, against the nation. So the statement of the CPM secretary clearly proves that they are protecting the PFI.
You know, stay with us, KJ Alphonse. We also have a baby who is joining us from CPIM. Sir, if you can give us your view on the PFI raids. We heard one of your own leaders, Mr. Govinda, who says that banning the PFI will really lead to a rise in communalism. It's banning just one outfit is unfair. That's more or less what he said. Would you believe in that?
You see, what Comrade M.V. Govindan said is very clear, simple, that PFI, Popular Front of India, is an extremist organization misinterpreting religion to serve the communal extremist activity. Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh also behaving by and large on the same line. They have so many arms, which is called Sangha Parivar. So these organizations misusing religion, wrongly interpreting religion to serve their communal extremist agenda, it is very dangerous for the country. Popular Front of India and their political outfit, SDPI, they are very dangerous for the country. Like you see RSS and their various other organizations. Some of them,
baby, are you equating RSS with the PFI?
Popular Front of India is the Muslim minority version of RSS. There are differences. And RSS chief Munje went to Mussolini's Italy to learn how Mussolini is training the youngsters there. Which is part of record, we all know. And Golwalkar's book says the extermination of certain sections in Germany under Hitler, that is the best model to emulate in India. It is on print in Golwalkar's book. If you refer, you can read it. So, you have to be very, very, very clear about how religion is misused for criminal purposes. The destruction of Babri Masjid, we know. The assassination of Dr. M.M. Kalburgi, we know. Assassination of journalist Gauri Lankesh, we know. And PFI is also doing similar things. They have killed a...
baby, I'd like to ask you, has the RSS indulged in similar forms of violence in Kerala, in your knowledge?
Many comrades have been murdered. The college in which I studied, Kollam Srinarayana College, the SFI president, unit president, Srikumar, he was murdered by those who have been trained by RSS. There is no retaliation happened there. There are any number of cases in Kerala where RSS is carrying out planned assassination of workers of CPIM, Progressive Student Organization, Progressive Youth Organization. Due to paucity of time, I cannot list all that. So it's a fact. So these communal terrorist organizations feed each other.
KJ Alphonse also joins us, BJP leader. Mr. Alphonse, this is precisely the CPIM's statement, and very clear-cut statement, that the RSS is nothing but another version of the PFI. These two organizations have been feeding each other. And it's the RSS responsible for targeting the PFI. This is possibly going to be a win for the RSS at this point, is what the CPIM says.
No, I'm extremely sad to hear somebody like Mr. Baby, who generally speaks sense, and who was a senior parliamentarian, and with a senior member, he's an intellectual, speak like this. How can he ever equate the PFI and the RSS? PFI hates the nation, it's an anti-India extremist movement, while the RSS very categorically loves the country. Whatever it is done, it loves the country. It talks about people standing together, about everybody working together. I don't know whether Mr. Baby listened to the speeches of the RSS chief recently. He says, let's all work together, get along together. This nation belongs to everybody. See, this is exactly what Mr. Govindan also said. By his statement, exactly what Mr. Baby is saying, by equating RSS and the Popular Front, they are the ones who are feeding this extremist organization for the vote bank. It's extremely unfortunate. They never took action, except when the government of India, very strongly hit out against some held nationwide.
No, but what the CPIM and MA Baby has said in their statement very clearly, that just targeting one outfit like the PFI is not going to nip terrorism at the bud. He's basically equating RSS to PFI, saying that they're as bad and they're as ingrained in terror or crime.
I think Mr. MA Baby is conceptually wrong, factually wrong. The RSS is an organization which loves the nation, which talks about uniting India, getting everybody together.
MA Baby, do you want to respond to that? RSS is an outfit that unites the nation together.
You see, in the last week of December last year, there was a Dharma census in Haridwar. It is called a religious parliament, where those who are part of the Sangha Parivar RSS family, speaker one after the other, called for cleansing the country by eliminating those minorities who are coming in the way of making Hindu Rashtra. The very famous professor, who is the head of Genocide Watch, Mr. Gregory Stanton, he pointed out that this is a clear evidence of India moving towards genocide.
All right. Mr. Baby, we got your point. Thank you very much. And thank you, KJ Alphonse, also for joining us. Of course, the CPIM stating very clearly that PFI is equal to the RSS. Both these outfits need to be dealt with the same way. Cutting across to Karnataka, the state police in the state have now carried out huge raids against the Islamic outfit, Popular Front of India, across several districts in the state of Karnataka. Raids are currently being conducted in at least 13 districts, including that of Mangaluru, Bengaluru, Chitradurga, and many more. ATPFI and Social Democratic Party, which is the SDPI, the workers and leaders have been taken into preventive custody. During the raids, officials have seized some documents, are currently interrogating some of their members. All those who have been detained will be produced before the Tahsildar, will be remanded to custody. Cases will be registered against anyone found involved in anti-social activities as well. Now, Karnataka Home Minister Araga Gyanendra says that the state police are mainly targeting those who created trouble during the NIA raids on Thursday. On Thursday, NIA as well as the ED carried out searches at multiple locations against the PFI at 93 at least. 93 of those locations in 15 states.
ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ರಾಜ್ಯದಾದ್ಯಂತ PFI ಸಂಘಟನೆಯ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಹೀಗೆ ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನರನ್ನು ಮುನ್ನೆಚ್ಚರಿಕಾ ಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ ವಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ವಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದು ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ NIA ದಾಳಿ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಟೆರರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಳಿ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಮನೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇವರು. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವರಿಂದ ಶಾಂತಿಭಂಗ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆತಂಕ ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇವರನ್ನ ಮುನ್ನೆಚ್ಚರಿಕಾ ಕ್ರಮವಾಗಿ ವಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆಯಲಾಗಿದೆ.
Across 30 districts and commissionerates, PFI members have been picked up and have been produced in front of the Tahsil to judicial custody. What is your take on it that almost on every 3 days basis there is a raid on PFI?
See, we don't know because the government has not come out with a clear statement as to what is the reason behind the raids. So, if the raids justify with some activities which are harming the society or the country, then we have no issues. But if it is political, then we should be a little cautious and comment. The country needs to be protected. The country comes first. Any interest against the country will not be tolerated. And whether somebody gets directly involved in terror activities and try to weaken the country, or like RSS and Sangh Parivar, which try to insert poison in the society and divide the society so that the country becomes weakened. So we are against any attempts to divide the society, to divide the people, to bring discord in the country. And the only way to unite the country is through peace and harmony. Only way to unite the country is through dialogue and negotiation.
Now, as the clamour for a ban on radical outfit PFI only grows now, there has been a massive pan-India crackdown across New Delhi, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat today on all of those members who created ruckus post the NIA crackdown just a few days ago. In the national capital, 30 PFI members have been detained from northeast Delhi. In Karnataka, at least 60 PFI members have been detained so far in a statewide crackdown by the state police. In other states, raids are still underway. PFI leaders and members are being detained, with the numbers now standing at a whopping 170 people, all of them belonging to the rank and file of the PFI. Meanwhile, raids are currently taking place across Delhi. Security vigil has been heightened in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area.
Several pockets of the country had witnessed violent protests by the PFI members, including those located in Tamil Nadu. And this time around, when the round 2 crackdown on the PFI and its associated organizations were carried out by the NIA and in several other states on the inputs of NIA by the investigative agencies of the states, the police, the local police was up on the toes to make sure there is no disturbance to law and order situation, and that is why in several pockets of Delhi, the Delhi police was alert. And as far as Shaheen Bagh locality is concerned, neighborhood is concerned, where the PFI's national headquarters is located, which was the epicenter of the anti-CA and anti-NRC protests, right there in those neighborhoods today, early in the morning, the paramilitary forces carried out a patrolling march to send across a message that the law enforcement agencies are actually on alert mode and any attempt to disturb law and order will not be tolerated. With video journalist Anurag, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
All right, now let's take a quick listen to all those political reactions coming in on this massive pan-India PFI crackdown.
PFI के नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है. पूरी प्रदेश में सतर्कता बढ़ा दी गई है. लोग सर्विलांस में हैं. हम किसी भी स्थिति में उत्तर प्रदेश में गैरकानूनी गतिविधियों को अनुमति नहीं देंगे. हम कड़ी कार्रवाई करेंगे. उसी के तहत लगातार कार्रवाई चल रही है.
PFI जो है वो ISI की प्रॉक्सी बन गई है और अल-कायदा की परछाई. और आज की तारीख में जिस तरह से मुल्क में बिखराव टकराव पैदा करने, उन्माद फैला करने, देश के सौहार्द को तोड़ने के षड्यंत्र और साजिशों में उससे जुड़े हुए लोगों का हाथ दिखाई पड़ रहा है. ना वो मुल्क के हित में है, ना तो मज़हब के हित में है और ना मानवता के हित में है. ये लोग जो है वो मुल्क, मज़हब और मानवता के दुश्मन हैं और ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ जो भी कड़े से कड़े कानूनी प्रावधान है उनके तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए.
आश्चर्य इस बात का है कि जो दावा कर रही है PFI को लेकर के NIA या भारत सरकार या गृह मंत्रालय, उसको अभी तक प्रतिबंधित क्यों नहीं किया. ये आश्चर्य की बात है. और एक बात साफ है कि देश के अंदर घृणा और नफरत, हेट फैलाने वाली जो जमातें हैं जो बढ़ती जा रही हैं और हर धर्म में वो बढ़ती जा रही हैं, इन सब पर जो है सख्ती के साथ जो है अंकुश लगना चाहिए. नहीं तो देश की स्थिति जो है वो अच्छी नहीं मानी जाएगी.
This is a mass operation. Today in Assam we have picked up 24 PFI people.
but this operation will be intensified.
ये कहना कितना सही है कितना गलत है इसके बारे में नहीं कहा जा सकते कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से जुड़े हुए लोगों को निशाना बनाने के फिराक में थे और माहौल ख़राब करने के। ये हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेता राहुल गांधी जी बहुत स्पष्ट कर चुके हैं कि हर तरह का कम्युनलिज्म वो उसके हम खिलाफ हैं और जो भी कार्रवाई होगी वो कार्रवाई करेंगे तथ्यों के आधार पर।
All right, shifting our focus on the other side of a short break. Fight between Gehlot and Pilot camp escalates. Gehlot loyalists accuse Pilot of conspiracy. War of words now continue. I'm going to take you through details on that on the other side. Do stay with us.
We all consume pills at some point in time. It could be vitamins or it could be medicines, pills for some ailment. But did you know that your posture while consuming that pill is extremely important? How you take your pills may affect how they work. According to a recent study published in the journal Physics of Fluids, the position of your body when you swallow a pill has a direct bearing on how effectively it is working. The team actually tested 4 postures to understand absorption of the medicine: standing, sitting upright, lying down, turn to the right, lying down, turn to the left. Essentially, what they found was that lying to the left and leaning towards the left was the worst position to be in after consuming a pill. It took up to 5 times longer to absorb pills compared to when they were taken in an upright posture. Well, if the pill lands very close to the lowest part of the stomach, the faster it's going to dissolve and empty its contents into the small intestine. Most of the drugs are actually absorbed in the small intestine. Thanks to gravity and the natural unevenness of the stomach, it makes sense that the position you're in when you take a pill could affect how it makes its way through your GI system.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, now the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan refuses to die down. All eyes now on the Congress High Command. Sources close to Gehlot says that his faction has adopted this wait and watch policy with the ball now in the High Command's court. Gehlot camp will in fact at this point only decide on the next course of action if at all the Congress High Command decides to take any adverse action against Gehlot or his loyalists. Meanwhile, Sachin Pilot, who is seen to be this main contender for the Chief Minister's post, if at all Gehlot is elected as the Congress President, is also now expected to meet with the party High Command in Delhi to discuss and deliberate on the affairs in Rajasthan.
उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? अब जो धीरे धीरे एमएलएज हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि हाई कमांड का जो डिसीजन फाइनल रहेगा, लेकिन हाई कमांड भी बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हो गई है इस मामले पर।
अब इसमें तो मैं समझता हूं कि राजस्थान के प्रभारी महामंत्री और केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ही इसमें कोई निर्णय ले पाएगा।
जो नए नाम आ रहे हैं उसमें आपका नाम भी आ रहा है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष की रेस के लिए, तो क्या मैं अगले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष से बात कर रही हूँ?
अभी जो फैसला करेंगे देखो 30 तारीख तक।
कैसे देख रहे हैं आप जो सिचुएशन बन रही है राजस्थान में, क्योंकि उसकी वजह से बीजेपी आप लोगों पर काफ़ी हमलावर हो गई है। वो कह रहे हैं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से ज़्यादा तो आपको कांग्रेस जोड़ो यात्रा करनी चाहिए।
भाजपा अपनी चिंता करे, हम लोग की चिंता छोड़ दें। और देश की चिंता ज़्यादा करें। जिस प्रकार से हम लोगों के जो मुद्दे हैं उस पर बहस करें ना, उस पर अपने विचार रखें, लेकिन केवल आलोचना करने से देश की समस्या का हल नहीं होगा।
देखिए, इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है कि राजस्थान में इन 4 सालों में मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है और पिछले 5 साल के टर्म में जो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस प्रदेश की जनता के लिए किया है, भूतो न भविष्यतो, आज से पहले कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं कर सका है। आज तक के कार्यकाल में 75 साल देश को आज़ाद हुए हो गए, तो इसमें तो कोई बात ही नहीं है।
राजस्थान की जनता की जो उम्मीद है वो उम्मीद अशोक गहलोत साहब के ऊपर है और इतना सूझा हुआ व्यक्ति कहीं मिलेगा नहीं, इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ उनको राजस्थान के मुखिया के रूप में रहना चाहिए और देश तो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनना है तो देश तो उनको संभालना चाहिए।
All right, let's now take a quick listen to Sachin Pilot's last interview with India Today before this Rajasthan crisis unfolded. Here are his views on what he thinks should happen within the grand old party.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win, but that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger, we're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting. It may not be comfortable for some, because some people, don't want to move out of the comfort zones. So we have to make sure that we change with positivity. But those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together. That decision is with the party, and even the BJP or any other party, sometimes they announce depending on the circumstances, but usually the Congress party doesn't announce a face that so-and-so will be chief minister, because it's a collective effort. And then whoever the legislative members of the party decide becomes the leader, and the person becomes chief minister. This rivalry issue, it's also because we have strong leaders, right? The BJP, for example, all the diktat comes from outside the state, right? So it's not the state leaders have any role to play. They've been told what to do, and the selection happens very in ambiguous fashion. So I'm not at all that worried about who will get what position. It's the party has to win, but perhaps I think a better alignment of 2 generations is what we require to do moving forward, and then have a cohesive sort of a coming together of 2 forces, and that will be formidable. Frankly, I don't know personally, but yes, I know that in Rajasthan we have a government which is a Congress government. In the last 30 years, we've seen a flip every 5 years. So it's a BJP government, then a Congress government. It's time we break that tradition and have a repeat of the Congress government. History will repeat itself. If you don't do something different to reach out and to make sure we have a serious attempt at winning people's blessings again in next year, December. I was the president of the Congress party for 5 years when we were in opposition. Out of 200 seats, BJP had 163, we had 21. And 5 years we were in opposition, a very meager strength in the assembly. But every single day of those 5 years, I was on the ground, dharna, padarshan, bhukh hartal, lathi charge, padyatras, rallies, what have you. And we kept the government on its toes, made it accountable inside the assembly and outside. So as a political party, you have to do what job people expect you to do.
All right, that was Sachin Pilot speaking on how the party should churn itself for better prospects. I'm going to take you through some of the other national stories that we are currently tracking. Showdown over DMK MP. A. Raja's anti-Hindu comments continue as a showdown. It was witnessed in Puducherry. 5 pro-Hindu groups, including Hindu Munnani, has called for a day-long hartal to condemn A. Raja's speech, leading to a complete shutdown of shops in the vicinity. Stones were pelted at. In fact, many of those buses were damaged as protesters showed their anger on these state-run buses. In a big win for the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, the Delhi High Court has now asked Aam Aadmi Party to take down defamatory posts against him. On September 22nd, LG Saxena reached the Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against the Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders for false allegations against him and his family. An e-bike has caught fire in Tamil Nadu's Tirunelveli, which was left on charge. In fact, the owner left his bike on charge for a couple of hours. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the vehicle has caught fire. There has been a slew of such instances in just the last few weeks of e-bikes going up in flames. A controversy broke out in Madhya Pradesh over a government order making it mandatory to show your ID cards to enter Garba venues. The Congress has lashed out at the government, questioning if at all this move has been done to stop the minority community from taking part in Garba programs. An encounter broke out between the mining mafia and the police in Agra, Uttar Pradesh. Two constables posted in Iradat Nagar police station were returning from duty via Chhatarpur. Then the operatives of the mining mafia started firing at them. The policemen also retaliated. All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. That's it for now. I'm going to come back with the top news on the other side. Stay tuned.
only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco, download the app now.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the news. The headlines first. Massive crackdown against radical PFI outfit. Multi-state raids currently underway. Over 170 PFI members held across the nation. Gehlot faction in wait-and-watch mode. Next course of action here to be decided based on Gandhi's move. Gehlot to skip filing the nomination for Congress top post amid Rajasthan implosion. Congress back to square one. Congress heavyweights Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh, KC Venugopal likely to file their nominations. Big win for Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena. Delhi High Court passes an interim injunction, directs Aam Aadmi Party leaders to take down defamatory posts against Saxena. Prime Minister Modi in Tokyo holds bilateral talks with Japanese counterpart Kishida. Prime Minister Modi pays tribute to former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, attends the state funeral. Now, with Congress imploding, the party's Karnataka chief has called for Rahul Gandhi to become Congress president. DK Shiv Kumar appeals to Rahul Gandhi, says that in this hour of crisis, please accept the demand of all congressmen. Please take up the mantle of Congress president. DK Shiv Kumar, the chief of the Karnataka Congress, urges that Rahul Gandhi, the Gandhi scion, must be made the Congress president. Says that in this time of distress and trouble for the Congress, it's possibly only you who can show us light. Let's take a listen.
Only appeal to the Rahul ji, in this hour of crisis, you please accept the demand of the entire congressmen of this country. You take over. Please don't refuse the presidentship for the sake of saving this party and the country. Only Gandhi family can keep this country and the party united. Please accept. You are working hard. You have protect this country. You have to take the responsibility of the Congress president. I appeal to
DK Shiv Kumar there, very sincerely urging Rahul Gandhi, just ahead of Rahul Gandhi venturing into Karnataka for his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Here is DK Shiv Kumar, who's making an open appeal, asking for Rahul Gandhi to become the Congress president. Literally saying that this is a time of crisis, accept our demand. He believes Rahul Gandhi is possibly the best bet to show and guide the way for the Congress party. Here is DK Shiv Kumar, a much senior, an experienced leader in the state of Karnataka, known as a mass leader, known as a Chanakya for the Congress in as many words. The man who's got great political acumen, asking for Rahul Gandhi to be leading the party. He says in this hour of crisis, it's Rahul Gandhi who can show us the way. Remember, Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is all going to set off in Karnataka on the 30th of September this month. In just a few days' time, Rahul Gandhi is going to be holding this Bharat Jodo Yatra starting from Mysuru, entering from Kerala to Karnataka, all the way from Mysuru towards other North Karnataka districts where the Yatra will progress for at least 33 days, all centered around Karnataka. Karnataka goes to polls in barely 8 months' time. And here, DK Shiv Kumar, who is the Karnataka Congress president, asks for Rahul Gandhi to become the Congress president. In fact, this comes on the heels of Ashok Gehlot now being cut off from the race. He's been ousted from contesting the Congress president polls. So while there's a lot of animosity yet on who's going to be the next Congress president, and that it should be someone outside the Gandhi family, here's DK Shiv